There's a sound you've probably never paid attention to, the kind of quiet settling that an old house makes in the dead of night. A creak, a sigh in the walls. The kind of thing you hear and immediately convince yourself means nothing at all. I'm glad you're here tonight. Whether this is your first time settling in with us, or you've been with me for a while, there's something different about the hours after midnight, isn't there? Something that makes these particular stories feel a little closer, a little more real. My name is Mr. Dantello, and tonight we're exploring something that's fascinated and unsettled people for centuries: ghosts and haunted places. The spaces where the ordinary and the impossible seem to exist side by side. I have 4 stories for you tonight, each one pulling at a thread that, once pulled, unravels something deeply wrong. First, we have the guest room where someone still makes the bed at midnight, a story about the small rituals that continue long after the person who performed them is gone. Then I keep finding scratches on the attic floorboards that match my fingernails, where the evidence of something is impossible to ignore and impossible to explain. Our third story is called The Inherited Cottage, where the previous owner's routines continue without them. A tale of a space that doesn't seem to know its occupant has changed. And finally, the basement shelves that rearrange my boxes into alphabetical order overnight. A story about the things that move in the dark when nobody's watching. If you found yourself here and you're enjoying these stories, please like and subscribe. It means everything to those of us creating this space. Now, get comfortable. Turn off the lights if you'd like. Let yourself settle into that state between awake and asleep, where everything feels a little more possible. Before we begin, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from tonight? And what time is it where you are? Now, let's begin with our first story. Story 1. The guest room where someone still makes the bed at midnight. The bed was made again this morning, and I had not touched it. This was the 6th time in as many weeks, and I stood in the doorway of my grandmother's guest room trying to remember if I had been sleepwalking. I was 34 years old and had not sleepwalked since childhood. But the alternative, that something else was maintaining the Victorian bed frame with its faded damask spread and 4 decorative pillows, seemed less rational than a subconscious midnight housekeeping. The room smelled exactly as it had when I first unlocked the door 6 months ago, on the day the house became mine. Lavender, mostly, though whether from the dried bundles in the dresser or simply the ghost of 100 years of sachets, I couldn't say. Dust underneath it. The particular staleness of air that has not been disturbed by anything living for too long. I moved to the bed and ran my hand across the surface. The corners were tight, geometrically precise. Hospital corners, my grandmother would have called them. She'd been a nurse in the war, and that precision had never left her hands, even at 93, when arthritis had made everything else uncertain. The spread was smooth as skin, no wrinkles, no body weight compression in the mattress from anyone sleeping there. The house around me was silent in that particular way old houses are silent, as though the walls themselves are holding their breath. I had inherited this place almost exactly 6 months ago, in late October, when the lawyer read the will in a downtown office that smelled like leather and years. My grandmother had named no one else, no cousins, no distant charitable organizations, just me, just Riley, who had been visiting every Sunday with flowers from the grocery store and increasingly awkward conversations about my job and my apartment and whether I was seeing anyone. The house was in Hastings, a neighborhood so old it had probably been built before most of the trees. 3 stories of Victorian gray stone, with a rotted widow's walk and windows that rattled in the wind. My grandmother had lived here her entire married life, 73 years, though my grandfather had been dead for 20 of them. I had few memories of being inside it. She had always come to us. It was easier that way. Now it was mine, and my lease in the city had ended in October anyway, so I had packed boxes and hired movers and arranged to take over the mortgage payments, which would be my life's work now, it seemed. The house was solidly built, but everything else was in slow surrender. The roof needed work. The furnace wheezed. The plumbing had opinions about when and where water was allowed to flow. The guest room, though, was pristine. Not used, I could see that plainly. The floral wallpaper had that particular faded uniformity that meant nothing had hung on the walls for decades. But pristine. The dresser held folded items that had never been disturbed, white handkerchiefs with embroidered corners, a few nightgowns and tissue paper, a silver brush set that probably cost more now than it had then. The curtains were closed against the early November light, heavy damask things that muted the world to a dull gray-green. I had opened them once, in the first week, thinking the room needed air. It had felt intrusive. I had closed them again within an hour. What I was looking at now was a bed that had been made by hands I could account for. Mine. Obviously mine. There was no other explanation, and I had learned in the first months alone in the house not to entertain the alternatives my mind wanted to offer. Old houses made noise. Old pipes clanked. Foundations settled. Wind moved things. The human brain, alone in silence, was a novelist that wrote horror stories with whatever plot scraps it could find. I left the room and pulled the door shut behind me, though I had not locked it. I didn't lock it. There was no reason to lock it. The hallway stretched away toward the stairs, a tunnel of dark wood and older carpet, photographs of people I didn't recognize staring out from the walls. My grandmother had never been sentimental in the way that some people were. She hadn't wanted me to sit and listen to stories about ancestors, but she had kept the pictures. They came with the house. Down the stairs, I had learned to skip the 3rd step, which creaked with a sound like something breaking, and into the kitchen, which was the only room I had truly made my own. I had repainted it. New linoleum that looked like wood but was easier to maintain. A coffee maker that actually worked. The house had vast windows here, looking out onto the garden that had gone wild and chaotic and beautiful in its own way. November had turned the overgrown roses skeletal. I made coffee and stood at the counter thinking about the bed. There was no reason it would be made again tonight. There was no sequence of actions that could explain it rationally. I had slept downstairs, in the smaller bedroom off the kitchen, since moving in, my room now practically speaking, though I still thought of the master upstairs as hers, as though she might walk into it at any moment and ask what I was doing in her house. The guest room on the second floor was separate. It was sealed off from my daily life. And yet, it was being cared for. I would go up tonight, I decided. I would watch. Not obsessively, that would be the mind of a person spiraling, but simply paying attention, noting facts, being present. The coffee was bitter, and I added cream and sugar, watching it cloud and lighten. Outside, the light was beginning to fade. November was already halfway through, and the days were getting genuinely short now. By December, dusk would come at 4 in the afternoon, and the house would be dark long before it was time to sleep. I held the warm mug between my hands and looked out at my garden. This concept still strange to me, that I owned grass and plants and the small stone bird bath that somehow survived 73 years without being stolen, and I did not let myself think about the guest room bed, which was being remade each night by something that lived in this house with me. I did not think about it at all. That night, I locked the guest room door. It was a small brass key that hung on a nail outside the frame, the kind of lock that would have been fashionable in 1897 when the house was built. It turned smoothly, and I felt something like certainty settle in my shoulders. Control, the ability to establish boundaries in a space that was, legally speaking, entirely mine. I went to bed in my room downstairs at midnight, as I always did, with a book I wasn't really reading and the sounds of the house settling around me. The radiators ticked. The wind moved through the eaves with a sound like breathing. Outside, November cold pressed against the windows. I did not sleep. At 1:47 a.m. I heard the sound. It was subtle, so settled that I almost convinced myself I had imagined it, that the house had simply released some pressure in its old bones. But it was rhythmic, a soft, persistent sound, almost like someone moving their hands across cloth, smoothing something over and over, the sound of care, the sound of ritual. It was coming from upstairs. I lay in bed, my heart doing something complicated in my ribs, and I listened. The sound continued. Sheets, I thought. Someone brushing their hands across sheets, smoothing them, making them perfect. Then footsteps. Light, careful footsteps moving through the hallway on the second floor, moving toward the guest room. The footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was absolute. I got out of bed. I don't remember deciding to do it. I was simply standing, barefoot on the cold kitchen floor, my breath visible in the pale light from the refrigerator. The house was a dark weight around me. The second floor was a dark weight. The guest room was a dark weight. The footsteps did not start again. I climbed the stairs. The third step did creak, and I flinched as if I had been loud in a library. The hallway was genuinely dark now, the kind of dark that doesn't have definition. I could feel the door, the guest room door, somewhere ahead of me, though I couldn't see it. I used my phone as a light, a thin blue-white beam that looked absurdly fragile against the darkness. The hallway seemed longer than it was. The photographs on the walls were just suggestions of faces in the light. Strangers, all of them strangers. The guest room door was locked, just as I had left it. The key was on the nail where it always was, catching the light with a small metallic gleam. I unlocked the door. The room was exactly as I had left it. The bed was made. Hospital corners. Perfectly taut. The spread was smooth. The pillows were arranged with precise symmetry. There was nothing else. No figure. No movement. No other presence that I could detect. I stood in the doorway for a very long time, my phone light cutting through the darkness, waiting for something to happen, waiting for something to move, waiting for the rational world to crack, or close, or explain itself. Nothing moved. Eventually, I backed out of the room and locked the door again. The key turning with a sound that seemed very loud. The hallway had not changed. The darkness was the same. I went downstairs and sat on my bed and did not sleep for the rest of the night. In the morning, I went upstairs to check. The guest room door was still locked. The key was on the nail. Everything was exactly as it had been, except the bed was made differently than it had been yesterday. The pillows were in a different arrangement, closer together now, as though they were arranged for something smaller than a person, as though they were waiting. I did not go back upstairs that day. Instead, I moved through the house as though the second floor did not exist. I made coffee. I answered emails. I sat at the kitchen table with a book I did not read, turning pages at intervals that seemed reasonable. I told myself the pillows had been arranged that way all along. I told myself I had misremembered. Memory is not reliable in darkness. The mind fills gaps with dread. By evening, I had almost convinced myself. The house settled around me as the light failed. The creaking of old wood. The rattle of the heating system. These are normal sounds in a house this age. This place had been built in 1924. The bones of it are old. Everything old settles differently than new things. Everything old makes noise. I ate dinner. I washed the dishes. I locked the front door, a ritual I perform every night, though I have never once checked it in the morning. There are things you do because they feel necessary, not because they are logical. At 11:47 p.m., I heard the footsteps again. They began directly above the kitchen, the guest room, I knew, though I did not want to know. They were slower this time, more deliberate, not pacing, moving with purpose from one side of the room to the other, then pausing, then moving again in a different direction. I sat very still on my bed in the dark. I did not turn on a light. I did not go upstairs. I waited until the footsteps stopped, which took longer than before, perhaps 4 or 5 minutes, and then I waited longer still. Nothing else happened. I got up and checked the front door. It was still locked. I checked the back door. Locked, all the windows were closed. I stood in my living room at midnight, knowing that I was awake, knowing that what I had heard was real, and I could not explain it. The next morning was a Saturday. The light was different on weekends, more generous, less forgiving. It showed me corners I usually ignored. I climbed the stairs in daylight, my heart moving too fast for the simple act of climbing stairs. The hallway seemed shorter now. The photographs seemed less like strangers. I had inherited them with the house. A woman I did not recognize in a dress from the 1950s, an older man in a garden, a child with a solemn expression, holding something I could not make out. The guest room door was unlocked. I had locked it. I remembered the key turning. I remembered the metallic sound of the bolt sliding into place. The door was open just slightly, perhaps 3 inches, and the room beyond was precisely as I had left it 2 days ago. The bed was unmade now. The pillows were scattered. The spread was pulled back on one side, as though someone had begun to get out of bed and then changed their mind. I closed the door. I locked it. I took the key from the nail and carried it downstairs with me. All day Saturday, I told myself this was nothing. An old house settles unevenly. Locks can fail. Doors can drift open in the wind, though the wind was not strong, and all the windows were sealed, or from vibration in the floor as the house shifts. These are rational explanations. I held them close like stones in my pocket. But Saturday night, I heard the footsteps again, and this time they were accompanied by something else. A sound like drawers opening. The small scrape and slide of wooden drawers being pulled open and then pushed closed. Not aggressively, not angrily, with the careful, methodical quality of someone looking for something specific. The guest room has no drawers. It is furnished only with a bed, a nightstand, and a dresser without handles. I bought it that way, a blank room for blank purposes, a room for guests who never came. I lay in the dark and listened to the drawers open and close, for nearly 10 minutes. Then everything stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the sounds had been. Silence implied waiting. Silence implied that something was listening now, hearing whether I would move, whether I would respond. I did not move. I did not respond. Sunday morning the dresser had been pulled away from the wall. It stood in the center of the room, angled slightly, as though it had been moved with intent but not with strength. Dust had been disturbed on the floorboards beneath where it had been. The room smelled different. Not bad, not quite, but something like the inside of an old closet. Something like air that had been sealed away. I pushed the dresser back to the wall. The wood scraped across the floor with a sound that echoed through the house, and I found myself waiting after, listening for a response to the noise I had made. There was none. By Sunday afternoon, I had made a decision. I would not go back upstairs. I would lock the door to the second floor entirely, and sleep with my bedroom door closed and locked. I would build a wall of normalcy around myself. If the house wanted the second floor, it could have it. That night, I dragged a chair to the top of the first floor landing and wedged it beneath the handle of the door that led to the upstairs hallway. I locked my bedroom door. I did not sleep, but I felt safer. At 2:34 a.m. I heard something that was not footsteps. It was the sound of something being dragged, a long, heavy sound, like furniture moving across carpet. It came from upstairs from what I understood to be the direction of the guest room, and it lasted for perhaps 20 seconds before stopping abruptly. Then, from directly above my bed, came 3 distinct knocking sounds. Not urgent, not demanding. 3 slow, patient knocks, as though someone was asking permission to enter a room they were already inside of. I did not respond. I lay in the dark with my hands clenched on my chest, and I did not move or speak or acknowledge the sound in any way. The knocking did not repeat. But as the hours moved toward morning, I realized something that made the small hairs on my arms stand up. The dragging sound had been moving downward. Whatever had been moved upstairs had been pulled toward the stairs, toward me. Monday morning I did not check the second floor. I called in to work and said I was unwell, which was not entirely a lie. I sat at my kitchen table and tried to think of rational explanations, and the rational explanations were becoming harder to construct. Old houses are noisy. Old houses move. Doors do not lock securely. Sounds carry in ways that seem impossible. These are all true statements, but they do not explain the deliberate quality of the movements. They do not explain the intention. At 10 a.m., the phone rang. It was the realtor who had sold me the house. "I was wondering how you were settling in," she said, her voice bright and false in the way phone voices are. "Has everything been all right? Any maintenance issues?" The inspector did note that the second floor has some settling issues. Temperature fluctuations. "The guest room," I said. "Who lived there before?" There was a pause, long enough to contain something. "The guest room?" she said. "That room has been empty for quite some time. The previous owner lived alone." Toward the end. "The end of what?" Another pause. "The end of their residence. The house had been on the market for 14 months before you made an offer. It's a beautiful property, but it has a lot of character. Some people find that off-putting." I thanked her and hung up before she could ask more questions. That afternoon I researched the property record. The previous owner had purchased it in 1987 and remained there until 2019. 32 years. The deed passed to an estate, which sold it 6 months later. The realtor had been correct. The previous owner had lived alone. I could not find much else. No public records that explained anything. No deaths reported at this address. Nothing but the ordinary paperwork of a life that had simply ended one day and been relocated to somewhere else. By Monday evening, I had convinced myself that I needed to go back upstairs. Not because I wanted to, because the alternative was to live in 2 rooms of my own house, imprisoned by my own questions. The chair was still wedged under the door. The door opened without resistance when I removed it. The hallway was cool and very quiet in the late afternoon light. The guest room door was locked, the key on the nail where it had been originally. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The room was not as I had left it that morning. The dresser had been moved again, back to the center of the room. But that was not the worst of it. The bedspread had been stripped away entirely, and it lay in a careful bundle at the foot of the bed. as though someone had removed it with intention and folded it for storage. The mattress was bare, and on the bare mattress, arranged with precise care, were the pillows. Not 2 pillows, as the bed required. 4 pillows, perhaps 5. They were stacked in a specific configuration, and they had been positioned to form a shape, a nest, a resting place, as though something was slowly building a home within my home. I left the room. I locked the door. And I sat downstairs in the dark and tried to think of what came next, knowing that nothing I decided would matter. The house had its own intentions now. The guest room was no longer a guest room. I was simply waiting to understand what it had become. Tuesday morning I found myself unable to leave the house. Not physically unable, the doors opened, the car sat in the driveway, the roads beyond were perfectly navigable. But the moment I reached for my keys, a kind of paralysis would settle over me, a heaviness in the chest that made the outside world seem irrelevant, distant, impossible. So I stayed. I moved through the downstairs rooms like someone treading water, waiting for something I couldn't name. The house felt different now. Not hostile exactly, occupied, as though I had moved into a space that was already deeply inhabited, and my presence here was merely peripheral. The sounds continued, but I had stopped thinking of them as mysterious. They were mundane now. Footsteps in the hallway at irregular intervals. The soft scrape of furniture. Once, what sounded like drawers opening and closing in sequence, methodical and unhurried. I lay in bed and listened and did not go upstairs. By Wednesday, I had stopped closing the upstairs doors entirely. There was no point. Whatever was happening there would continue, regardless of whether I witnessed it or pretended I didn't. The denial had exhausted itself. What remained was a kind of terrible patience. I kept the guest room door locked, but I no longer bothered with the chair under the door to my bedroom. Instead, I positioned myself at the top of the stairs each evening around 9 o'clock and waited. I told myself I was trying to gather evidence, to see something concrete that I could explain. In truth, I was simply surrendering to the pull of it. The house wanted to be observed. I was becoming the house's witness. On Wednesday night, the door to the guest room opened at 9:47 p.m. I heard it from where I sat at the top of the stairs, the click of the lock disengaging, the soft swing inward. I had the key in my pocket. I had not removed it from the nail. I could feel it there, cold and impossible, while the door stood open in front of me. The hallway light was poor. The guest room was darker still. But I could see that the pillows had been rearranged again. They were no longer stacked in a neat formation. They had been scattered across the bed as though someone had been lying there, had thrashed or shifted, had finally settled into an arrangement of comfort. And there was something else, a smell, thin and old and not quite stale, more like the smell of air that hasn't moved in years finally being disturbed. It smelled like opening a sealed box. It smelled like time. I stepped into the room. The temperature dropped so sharply that I could see my breath. My hand went instinctively to the light switch. The bulb flickered once and held. And in that sudden, inadequate yellow light, I saw that the dresser had been moved again. It now blocked the window entirely, positioned deliberately with precision. A barricade, or a barrier, against the night outside, or against something else coming in. I could no longer be certain which direction the threat originated. The bedspread, which had been folded at the foot of the mattress 2 days ago, was now draped across the dresser like a shroud. Someone had lifted it carefully and arranged it there, smoothing it out, taking care with the folds. "I'm going to talk to you now," I said aloud. My voice sounded thin and unreal. The silence that answered was not the silence of an empty room. It was the silence of listening, of attention being directed toward me. "I don't know what you want," I continued, and the words came easier now, as though I had been waiting my entire life to say them. "I don't know who you are or why you're still here. But I would like you to know that I'm not afraid of you." This was not true, but I said it anyway, and the act of speaking seemed to change something in the room's atmosphere. The silence deepened. The temperature, impossibly, dropped further. And then, so quietly that I almost missed it, someone laughed. It was not a sound I heard with my ears. It was more intimate than that. It came from inside my chest, resonated through my bones, as though someone had opened my rib cage and found them amusing. It was thin and dry and profoundly unkind. I backed out of the room and shut the door. My hands were shaking. In the hallway I locked it and took out the key. Then I went downstairs and sat in the dark for hours, waiting for my heartbeat to return to something resembling normal. Thursday passed in a fugue state. I moved through the house like a ghost myself, eating without tasting, sitting without really seeing. The day felt hollow. I knew with a certainty that didn't require evidence that something was reaching a culmination. The deliberate quality of the movements had become more purposeful. The sounds had taken on a rhythm, a pattern. It was building toward something. That night I did not go upstairs to watch. I could not bear it. Instead, I lay in bed with every light in the house burning and listened to the sounds intensify. Footsteps, yes, but also others. The sound of something being dragged across the floor. The repeated soft thud of something heavy, being moved back and forth. It went on for hours. My entire body ached with the tension of listening, of lying still, of not running. Around 4 a.m, the sound stopped. In the silence that followed, I heard it clearly, the sound of breathing. Not my own. Close enough that if I had turned my head, I might have felt the warmth of it on my face. I did not turn my head. I lay with my eyes fixed on the ceiling and counted the breaths. There were not many. Perhaps 7 or 8 before they faded. When dawn came, I forced myself upstairs. The guest room door stood open. I had left it locked. The key was on my nightstand, where I had placed it, and it was still there. But the door was open nonetheless. Inside, the room had been transformed. The dresser was back against the wall. The bed had been remade entirely, not with the original bedspread, but with layers of fabric I didn't recognize. Old fabrics, textured and soft from age. The pillows were arranged with exquisite precision, nestled against each other like sleeping animals, or like the memory of sleeping. And on the floor beside the bed, a single object, a photograph, face down. I stood in the doorway and did not touch it. I could not bring myself to. The photograph had not been there before. It had been placed deliberately, positioned as though it were a message, a gift, or a warning. Around it the air felt different, warmer, almost expectant. I understood then that I was no longer in my house. My house had become the guest room's house, and something in that room had been waiting for me, not to move in, but to recognize it, to acknowledge that I was living in its space, breathing its air, sharing its time. The photograph waited on the floor. I would look at it eventually. I knew I would, but not yet. Not while it was still watching. Not while I could still feel the weight of its attention like a hand resting gently on my shoulder. Patient and infinitely persistent. It had all the time in the world to wait. And now, so did I. I left the photograph on the floor for 3 days. It existed in the space between my waking and sleeping, a threshold I could not cross. I moved through the house in those days with the careful precision of someone navigating a shrine, respectful, quiet, aware that every step was being measured. I did not enter the guest room again. I kept the door open, but I did not look inside. The hallway became easier to navigate if I did not look. On the 3rd day, hunger and a strange compulsion drew me upstairs. I stood at the threshold of the guest room and counted my breaths. Then I stepped inside. The photograph had moved. Not far, only a few inches closer to the doorway, as though it had been walking toward me in increments too small to measure, or as though something had been slowly, patiently dragging it across the floor to make certain I would eventually have to see it. I picked it up. My hands did not shake. That surprised me. I had expected them to. There was a disconnect between my body and the impulses my mind was sending, a lag, like I was operating on a significant delay. The photograph was old, the kind of photo where the colors had faded unevenly, where the edges had begun to curl. The image itself was obscured by the angle and the light. And for a moment I thought perhaps this was mercy, that I was being given a reprieve from understanding. Then I turned it over. It was the house, my house, but not as it was now. This version of it was younger, the paint fresher, the gardens maintained with the kind of care that suggested someone had once loved the land around it. The photo was taken from the front, the angle slightly crooked, as though it had been captured in haste or by someone unused to holding a camera. And in the upper left window, the window of the guest room, there was a face. The face was turned toward the camera. It was impossible to see features clearly in the faded light. But the impression was unmistakable. Someone had been standing at that window, waiting to be photographed. Wanting to be remembered in this particular context, not in a formal portrait, but in the house itself, as if the building and the person were inseparable, as if one was incomplete without the other. I set the photograph down on the dresser. My hands felt numb. The numbness was preferable to fear. It kept the house quiet inside me. That night, I slept in my own bed, but left all the lights on. No sounds came. The house held itself still and empty, as if it were holding its breath, as if it had said what it needed to say, and was now waiting to see what I would do with that knowledge. The days that followed began to settle into a pattern that resembled the life I had lived before, except that nothing was the same. I woke. I made coffee. I sat at the kitchen table and did not think about the guest room. I worked, or attempted to, with my laptop open to documents I could not concentrate on. The hours passed. The light moved across the floors in its predictable arc. Everything appeared normal, except for the small rituals I had begun without quite deciding to. I found myself keeping the guest room door open at all times. Not consciously. It was simply the position I left it in, and when I closed it, I felt a pressure in my chest that made it difficult to breathe, so I opened it again. The opening became reflex. By the end of the first week, the hinges no longer creaked, as though they had been slowly adjusted to move silently, which was impossible, but the relief of not hearing the creak was real enough that I did not question it. I began to change my morning routine. Where I used to walk straight downstairs to the kitchen, I now found myself pausing at the top of the stairs and looking into the guest room. Just looking. No more than a few seconds. But the pause was there, consistent, unavoidable. It became part of the sequence of my days the way breathing is, automatic and fundamental. The photograph remained on the dresser. I did not move it. I did not look at it directly again, but I was aware of its presence the way you are aware of a person standing beside you in a dark room, not through sight, but through something that precedes sight. What unsettled me most was this. I began to care about the room in a way I had not cared about anything in a long time. I vacuumed it. I dusted the surfaces. Once, I even changed the arrangement of the pillows on the bed, and when I came back the next morning, they had been returned to their original configuration, the careful, precise arrangement that suggested someone had spent time considering exactly how they should be positioned. Instead of fear, I felt a small lifting in my chest, something almost like satisfaction. The room was being maintained. Someone was tending to it, or something was. The distinction had become less important than the fact of care itself. I found a clean bedsheet in the linen closet, one that did not belong to any set I owned, made of fabric so fine it felt like skin, and I placed it on the guest room bed. The next morning, the guest room, additional atmospheric middle section the house, settled around me like a living thing that night. Not the ordinary creaks of wood and foundation, but something deliberate. I stood in the hallway outside the guest room door at just past 11. Listening, there was nothing yet. But I'd begun keeping vigil, not out of any rational hope of explanation, but because sleep had become impossible elsewhere. The hallway itself was a study in decay, dressed as preservation. The wallpaper, a pale floral pattern that might have been elegant in 1987, peeled at the seams where the walls met the ceiling, curling like old skin. My fingers had traced those seams 100 times now, following the pattern of lift and separation. The paper was cool to the touch, always, even on warm nights. I'd pressed my palm against it at 3 a.m. once, trying to understand why. The coolness made sense nowhere in the house but here. The thermostat read 72 degrees. This stretch of hallway felt like 50. The light from the hallway fixture, a frosted glass orb that hung from a brass chain, cast everything in a milk-white glow that obscured more than it revealed. I'd replaced the bulb twice, thinking it was dying, but the quality of light never changed. It simply existed in a state of permanent dimness, as if the walls themselves were absorbing photons before they could fully illuminate anything. Objects cast shadows that seemed to move independently of their sources. I knew that was impossible. I knew it was a trick of my tired eyes and the hour. But I'd learned not to trust certainty in this house. The guest room door was wood, original to the house. The real estate agent had told me, painted a shade of white that had yellowed into something closer to bone. The doorknob was glass, heavy and cold, and when I finally turned it and pushed the door inward, the hinges sang a thin, high note. I'd oiled them twice. They still sang. The room beyond existed in its own climate. That was the only way I could describe it to myself, a contained weather system. The air had texture. That's what struck me first every time I entered. Not temperature, not smell, but the actual tactile quality of breathing. Like inhaling cloth, like drawing in air that had been filtered through gauze or old linen. The sensation caught in my throat, dry and faintly fibrous. The furniture stood arranged with obsessive precision. The twin bed, I'd kept it, not wanting to replace it and mark the space as definitively mine, was positioned against the far wall. Its white coverlet drawn up with such acute angles at the corners that they seemed mathematical. No wrinkles, never a wrinkle, no matter how I disturbed it during the day. I'd sat on the edge of it, testing. I'd pulled the covers back to examine the sheets beneath, white cotton, high thread count, unpleasant to touch. Cold, always cold. Opposite the bed stood a dresser made of dark wood, oak or walnut, something heavy. A mirror hung above it, and the glass was old, spotted with gray patches where the silvering had deteriorated. When I looked into it, I saw myself but indistinctly, as though I were being perceived from a considerable distance. My features seemed to waver. That was moisture on the glass, I'd decided. Condensation. Impossible in a room without humidity, but the window. The window explained nothing but suggested everything. It faced the back garden, where the property's previous owner had cultivated nothing but let everything grow. Vines had colonized the wooden fence. Trees had grown dense and architectural, their branches interweaving like fingers. The window itself was old single-pane glass, and the edges of the frame had warped so that the panes didn't quite seal properly. There was always a whisper of outside air, cool and carrying the scent of earth and decay, the particular smell of a garden that had been abandoned for years, mulch turning to soil, leaves compressing into their component elements. The glass fogged regularly, though again, the air quality of the house shouldn't have allowed for it. I'd watch the pattern bloom, crystalline formations that resembled nothing natural, geometric and deliberate. They appeared over the course of an hour, usually beginning around 9 in the evening, and by midnight they reached a density that obscured the garden entirely. The pattern was never identical, but always comprehensible, never random static, but something approaching language. Shapes with meaning I couldn't quite access. I'd tried to photograph it once. The camera captured only frost, the mundane crystallization of moisture. Nothing else. The carpet was the original as well, a deep burgundy pile that had faded to rust in places, particularly along the path from the door to the bed. The fiber was stiff, worn down to almost a nap in some spots. Walking across it generated a sound like footsteps on gravel, that subtle crushing of compressed material. The sound bothered me because it obscured what I might otherwise hear. And there was always something to hear in this room. Not voices, never voices, but a quality of attention, a sense of the space being occupied by something that noticed my presence in return. The closet door was slightly ajar, as it always was. I'd closed it dozens of times. Never locked, there was no lock on it, which seemed like an oversight in a house otherwise dotted with locked drawers and latched cabinets. It would open again by morning, never more than an inch or two, but enough to create a dark line in the wall. The interior was empty. I'd checked thoroughly at the beginning, shining a flashlight into the darkness, running my hands along the empty rod, examining the shelves. Nothing. No objects, no smell, no sense of accumulation. Just a space that wanted to remain open. I would close it. It would open. The small details accumulated into an atmosphere of subtle wrongness. The light switch, which I'd tested and retested, finding the mechanism perfectly functional, never seemed to affect the overall luminosity of the room significantly. I could turn it off, and the quality of dimness would shift only marginally. Darkness in the room wasn't the absence of light, but a presence all its own, a gray-toned thickness that prevented sight. My eyes could never quite adjust to it. That was the most unsettling part, the sense that visual adjustment would never come, that the darkness operated by different rules than normal absence of light. The baseboards, where they met the floor, showed marks, scuff marks and darker lines as if furniture had been moved repeatedly, dragged across the wood beneath the carpet. The pattern suggested movement, but no logic I could perceive. A bed that had been positioned in multiple locations. Objects with no names creating wear patterns in the shape of their use. I stood in the doorway at 11:47 that night, watching the room hold its breath. The temperature differential was more pronounced than usual, marked enough that I could see the faint distortion of air between the hallway and the guest room space, like looking through heat shimmer. The smell from the window, that earth decay scent, had intensified. It filled the room with the weight of something organic, patient, and deeply established. Waiting for midnight, I realized. Wasn't waiting for a specific event, but waiting for the room to acknowledge my presence more directly, to cross whatever threshold separated observation from contact. The clock in my pocket read 11:56. I remained in the doorway, neither fully inside nor committed to staying outside. The room seemed to pull at the edges of my peripheral vision, a slight pressure in the air that might have been genuine or might have been the effect of my own held breath, the adrenaline narrowing my attention into something rigid and fragile. The sound, when it came, was unmistakable, the rustle of cloth, the soft percussion of fabric sliding against fabric, the particular sound of a bed being made, the coverlet being drawn up, smoothed with deliberate strokes, the pillows being adjusted into position, in the dark, in the room I'd never left unwatched, in the space between the moment I'd last checked and this precise second. Methodical, patient, the sound of a care being taken with something precious. I did not move. I could not move. I could only stand in the doorway as the guest room performed its nightly ritual, as something that had learned long ago how to move in the dark made that room into something both inhabited and sealed against my understanding. And it had been folded and placed carefully on the dresser beside the photograph. I washed it and put it back. It was folded and moved again. This became our exchange. Wordless and constant, I would place it, and it would be acknowledged through displacement. I would retrieve it and begin again. My therapist, whom I called after the first week because I knew something was wrong but could not name it, suggested that I was experiencing a dissociative episode, that the house, having become associated with stress and isolation, had begun to trigger anxiety responses that manifested as intrusive thoughts, that I should consider medication, that I should think about leaving. I did not tell her about the photograph. I did not tell her about the sounds that no longer came, or the way the guest room now felt like the most honest room in the house. A room that knew who it was and what it contained, and made no apologies for either. I told her I was managing, that the nights were quieter, that I was sleeping better. All of this was true. I am sleeping better. The sounds have not returned since that night in early November, when everything in the guest room was arranged with such deliberate care. The house has settled into a kind of peace, not the peace of emptiness, but the peace of coexistence. We share the space now, the entity and I. It does not bother me. I do not bother it. There is an understanding between us that requires no words. The guest room remains perpetually ready. The bed is always made, the pillows arranged in their precise formation, the temperature in that room a consistent degree warmer than the rest of the house. Sometimes I stand in the doorway and imagine the person in that old photograph, young and wanting to be remembered. And I think perhaps that is all this is, memory taking shape, the past asserting that it cannot be discarded, that it demands to be inhabited and maintained and acknowledged. I have not sold the house. I have not left. Instead, I have begun to do the small things that suggest permanence. I planted bulbs in the garden last month, the same kind that appear in photographs of the house from decades ago. I'm having the paint on the front facade restored to something closer to its original color. Last week, I found myself standing in front of the mirror, practicing what it might look like to stand at the guest room window and be photographed, to be part of the house's history. Every morning, I pause at the top of the stairs. I look into the guest room. The bed is always made. The photograph sits on the dresser, face down, where I left it all those weeks ago. And in that moment of looking, that small daily ritual of acknowledgement, I feel the weight of the house settle around me like something I have chosen, like coming home, like something that is, finally, completely mine, though I am no longer quite sure who it is that owns what. The guest room waits, and I, having nowhere else to go, have learned to wait with it. Story 2. I keep finding scratches on the attic floorboards that match my fingernails. When did I develop my mother's habit of running my fingernail along the edges of things? I'm asking myself this as I kneel on the attic floorboards with a dust cloth in one hand, tracing a series of fine scratches with the other. They're shallow, deliberate marks. Not the careless gouging of something dragged across wood, but precise, methodical lines. The kind of lines that would be made by fingernails. By my fingernails, specifically, if I'm being honest about what I'm seeing. The attic has always been my least favorite part of the house. My parents bought this Victorian 40 years ago, and I inherited it 6 months ago when my mother passed. The realization that it was mine, actually mine, no longer a place I visited, but a place that was now my responsibility, had been dizzying enough. The attic felt like accepting the entire weight of the house's history at once. I'd started on the 3rd floor, where the bedrooms sit in golden afternoon light, all bay windows and crown molding. But the attic has been waiting. I've been avoiding it the way you avoid an overdue bill or a phone call you know will be difficult. Now I'm here, finally, on a Saturday, when the sun reaches that particular angle where it comes through the circular window and turns everything the color of old amber. The window is small, positioned toward the east slope of the roof. When you're inside looking out, you can only see sky, sometimes clouds, sometimes the pale blue emptiness of nothing. It casts everything in the attic in a warm, preserved light, as if the dust and the trunks and the stacked furniture have all been sealed in honey. As if time moves differently here. I'd planned to be methodical. I'm good at methodical. I work in restoration. I help people recover documents, repair old bindings, resurrect things that have been forgotten in archives and basements. I know how to move through a space without disturbing it, how to look at what's been left behind without judgment. But the attic had other ideas. The scratches caught my eye almost immediately. I'd been dusting the floorboards near the eaves on the eastern side, working my cloth across the grain in gentle strokes, when my knee bumped against the wood and I caught sight of them in the amber light. Not obvious. Not the kind of thing you'd see if you weren't down at floor level. Up close, looking at the surface the way I'd been taught to look at aging vellum and deteriorating ink. A series of marks, each one about 3 inches long, arranged in a loose cluster, parallel lines, and where they intersected, tiny crescent gouges. The pattern looked almost organic, almost like something had been moving, searching, pressing down repeatedly in the same spot. I'd gotten up and walked the perimeter of the attic, dragging my cloth and my eyes across every surface I could reach. That's when I found the second set, then a third. The scratches were everywhere, not covering every inch, not the work of frantic hours, but scattered across the floorboards in a way that suggested someone or something had been moving through this space in a pattern I couldn't quite discern, looking for something, or trying to escape something. The distinction seemed important, though I couldn't have said why. I kneel now and study the scratches in front of me more carefully. I'd brought my reading glasses upstairs, and I slipped them on. The detail becomes clearer. The lines are incredibly fine, the work of something precise and deliberate, and they're fresh, not ancient, not from decades of accumulation. The exposed wood where the finish had been scraped away is still pale, not yet darkened by time and dust. I run my own fingernail along one of the marks. The ridge of my nail fits into the groove almost perfectly. The thought arrives quietly, the way the worst thoughts always do. Not as an intrusion, but as something that settles into your mind and makes you wonder how long it's been sitting there, waiting for you to notice it. I've been living in this house for 6 months. I've been sleeping in my childhood bedroom on the second floor, the one with the window seat and the old wallpaper my mother never changed. I've been coming and going, working in the study, ordering things, trying to figure out what to keep and what to sell. I've been here alone, mostly, just me and the weight of inherited space. I lift my hand and look at my fingernails. They're short, I keep them that way, a professional habit, but I can see them clearly in the light from the window. The ridges are distinct, the shape of them particular to me, like a fingerprint, but visible. Undeniable, the scratches on the floor match them in a way I don't want to think about too carefully. I sit back on my heels, dust cloth still in my hand, and I listen to the attic. It's a sound like holding your breath under water, the pressure of air, the settling of old wood, the faint whisper of something that might be wind in the eaves or might be nothing at all. The circular window glows like a yellow eye, watching the interior of the space the way it is watched for more than 100 years. I tell myself it's obvious. Someone was up here and was bored or anxious and scratched at the floor out of habit. It happens. People fidget. People leave marks. But I've lived alone in this house, and the scratches are everywhere, and they're fresh, and the only fingernails I can account for in this room are the ones attached to my hands. I stand up slowly and brush the dust from my knees. The attic is cooling now that the sun has begun its descent. The amber light is shifting toward gold, then toward that fragile pink that comes just before evening. I need to go downstairs. I need to shower and eat something and stop thinking about the scratches and whatever small circular pattern they're making across the floorboards of this inherited space. I make it as far as the attic door before I turn back and look. The scratches are still there. They'll still be there tomorrow. And the day after that. And until I figure out what hands made them, what hands, specifically, had fingers that pressed down in exactly the shape that mine do, they'll keep being real, and I'll keep being unable to look away. The door closes behind me. The attic goes quiet. And somewhere in the amber light and dust and honey-colored silence, the floorboards wait for night the way they've always waited for night. Patient, indifferent, holding their secrets the way this house holds all its secrets. I turn the key in the lock anyway, even though I know, in that soft, insistent way you know things you don't want to know, that it won't make any difference. The scratches didn't stop. That would have been the merciful thing, for them to appear once, to have an explanation that I could file away and move past. Instead, they multiplied. I found new ones on Thursday morning in a section of the attic floor I'd already examined. These were deeper than before, with a particular viciousness in how they curved around the grain of the wood. I stood over them with my coffee growing cold in my hands, comparing the pattern to my own fingertips pressed against the floorboards. The match was inexact but close enough to keep me unsettled, close enough that I couldn't dismiss it as coincidence. By Friday, I'd stopped going into the attic during daylight. There was no logical reason for this decision. I couldn't articulate it to myself, let alone to anyone else. If I'd called Sam, who'd helped me move in 3 months ago, I would have sounded paranoid. There are scratches on my attic floor that look like they were made by fingernails similar to mine. But I definitely didn't make them, so clearly something is very wrong with this house or with me. Even in my own head it sounded fragile and impossible. Instead, I did what people do when they're afraid of their own space. I filled the silence. I turned on music in the afternoons, low and constant, folk records that my grandmother had left in the house, albums with names on the spines and a handwriting that had to be hers. The scratches had to be old, I reasoned. They could be decades old, and I'd simply never looked closely before. The house had been empty for months after she died, waiting for probate to clear. Scratches could have been there the whole time. Scratches proved nothing. On Saturday, I heard the sound. I was in the kitchen making lunch around 1 o'clock when it started. A soft scraping from above my head. Not from the attic, but from inside the walls themselves, somewhere between the first and second floor. I stood very still with a knife in one hand and a half-cut sandwich in the other, listening to it travel. It moved. That was the thing that made my throat close up. It wasn't the sound of the house settling. It was deliberate. It moved from the kitchen toward the hallway, a steady, patient sound like something dragging itself through the narrow channels of the old structure's interior. Then it stopped. I put the knife down very carefully and waited for it to start again. It didn't. The silence afterward felt heavier than before, as if the house itself was listening to me listen to it. I forced myself to eat the sandwich. I did the dishes. I told myself that walls made sounds, that old houses were full of small sounds, mice and birds, and the ordinary noise of a building shifting and settling. By evening, I'd almost convinced myself. Almost. Sunday was worse. I woke at 3 in the morning to the sound of footsteps in the hallway. Not in the attic. Down here. Downstairs, the sound of someone walking slowly from one room to another, the floorboards creaking in a sequence I knew well, because I'd walked that same path 100 times since I'd inherited this place. I lay in bed with my eyes open in the darkness, my heart moving through a sequence of impossible rhythms. My hands gripped the sheets. I listened to the footsteps reach what I thought was the kitchen, pause, then retreat back the way they'd come. The logical part of my brain, the part I was relying on to keep me sane, began its catalog immediately. Wind in the eaves sounding like footsteps. The house settling. Boards shifting as temperatures changed between day and night. An animal in the walls, something large enough to sound almost human if you were tired and scared and listening in the dark. But I hadn't been asleep, and I hadn't imagined it. I turned on every light in the house and spent the rest of the night in the living room with a book I wasn't reading, waiting for morning to make everything seem less impossible. When the sun finally came through the windows, I made coffee and told myself it wouldn't happen again. On Monday, I found the scratches in my bedroom. They were on the wooden frame of the bed, the headboard specifically, near where my head would rest. Not random marks this time, but a pattern, a series of deliberate scratches in a shape that resembled letters or symbols. They looked new. They looked like they'd been made recently, with intention, with something sharp. I traced them with my finger, not touching them directly, hovering just above the marks the way you hover a hand over something still hot from a fire. The scratches were precise. Whatever had made them knew where it was going. I changed the sheets and made an appointment with a contractor to come look at the house on Wednesday. Nothing was wrong, I told the woman on the phone. Just routine inspection. Just wanted to make sure everything was sound. She'd scheduled me for the afternoon, and I hung up feeling like I'd done something important, something that proved I was still in control of the situation. But the house had other ideas. That night, I heard the footsteps again. They were more confident this time, less tentative. They moved through the hallway and then up the stairs. Actual footsteps on actual stairs. The weight of something solid and present moving through the space I lived in. I kept my bedroom door locked, which was ridiculous because locks don't keep out things that shouldn't be there in the first place. The footsteps stopped outside my room. I could hear the breathing now. Or I thought I could. It might have been my own breath, my own terror making shapes out of silence. Then, slowly, I heard the sound of fingernails on wood, long, deliberate scratches against the doorframe, the same pattern from the headboard, the same marks, the same impossible, intentional sound of something trying very hard to tell me something I didn't want to understand. By Tuesday morning, I hadn't slept. I'd spent the hours between midnight and sunrise sitting in a chair facing the door, listening to the house live around me. There were no more footsteps after the scratches stopped. There was only silence, but it wasn't a peaceful silence. It was the silence of something waiting, something patient, something that knew I would eventually have to unlock that door. The contractor arrived at 2 o'clock on Wednesday. His name was Jordan, and he was methodical and skeptical in the way that made me feel safer. He walked through the house with a clipboard, tapping on walls, checking for structural issues, moisture, rot. He went into the attic and came back down with dust in his hair and reassurance on his face. "House is solid," he said. "Old, but sound. No water damage, no termites. Whoever built this knew what they were doing. I didn't mention the scratches. I didn't mention the footsteps or the sounds in the walls or the marks on my headboard. What would I say? That something was trying to communicate with me in the language of damaged wood? That my fingernails kept appearing in places I hadn't put them? After Jordan left, I made dinner and tried to eat it and failed. I sat in the living room as the light fell and thought about calling someone. But who would I call? What would I tell them? I thought about leaving. I could pack a bag, go to a hotel, give myself distance from this place until I understood what was happening. But the scratches had appeared in my headboard. Whatever this was, it wasn't confined to the attic anymore. It was moving through the house, getting closer, marking my space the way I'd marked the floors above. By 10 o'clock, I was back at the locked door to the attic, key in hand. I hadn't planned to go back up there. I'd told myself I wouldn't. But there was something I needed to see, some confirmation I needed to have. I opened the door and climbed the narrow stairs, and the attic received me the way it always did, with that patient honey-colored silence and the smell of old wood and dust and time. The scratches had multiplied again, but that's not what stopped me cold. It was the pattern they made. Now that there were so many of them, now that they covered a significant portion of the floor, I could see what they were trying to form. Not random marks, not the fidgeting of something bored. They were forming letters, crude and imperfect, but undeniably intentional. And they were spelling my own name. I stood in the center of the attic as the evening light turned the circular window the color of old gold, and I understood finally what the scratches were trying to tell me. Someone had stood in this room, someone with hands similar to mine, someone who knew my name. Someone had been here long before I inherited this house. And somewhere in the walls and floorboards, in the structure that had contained me since the day I moved in, something was very patiently trying to make me understand that I'd never really been alone at all. I didn't leave the attic that night. I know that sounds impossible. Sounds like the kind of thing people say when they're already losing their grip on reality. But I need to be precise about what happened, because precision is all I have left. The truth lives in the details now. I sat on the floorboards beside the letters my name had become, and I waited. Not with the exhausted patience of the previous nights. This was different. This was the stillness of someone who has finally understood that waiting is no longer a choice. It's an inevitability. The house had been waiting for me to reach this point, And now that I had, something had shifted in the air itself. The circular window darkened from gold to amber to deep burgundy. The shadows of the rafters lengthened across the floor like fingers, and I sat there, tracing the scratched letters with my own fingertips, feeling the rough edges where the wood had been torn away. And I thought about who else might have traced them this way. I thought about the person who had left them. Around midnight, I heard the sound again. But it was different now. It wasn't coming from inside the walls. It was coming from beneath the floorboards themselves. A dragging sound, deliberate and slow, moving from one end of the attic to the other, directly beneath where I was sitting. It sounded like something very large pulling itself through a narrow space. It sounded like it was trying to fit into a place it had never quite belonged. I didn't move. I couldn't move. Every muscle in my body had gone rigid with the kind of fear that isn't adrenaline or panic. It's the primal understanding that you are in the presence of something your mind wasn't designed to comprehend. The dragging stopped directly beneath me. In the silence that followed, I became aware of my breathing in a way I'd never been before. Each exhale seemed impossibly loud. The dust motes in the air above the circular window caught whatever ambient light remained, and looked like they were moving with intention, like they were spelling something out in 3 dimensions. Then I heard a sound that will stay with me for the rest of whatever this is, my own voice, coming from somewhere beneath the floorboards, speaking my own name. Not screaming, not distorted or inhuman, just my voice, calm and measured the way I speak when I'm alone and thinking out loud, saying my own name like a question, like an invitation. I scrambled backward until my spine hit the wall. My hands were shaking so badly that I nearly dropped the key, still clutched in my palm. The voice continued from beneath the boards, my voice, repeating my name in that conversational, almost curious tone. And then it stopped, and the silence that rushed in to fill that void felt like something physical. It felt like drowning in air. I don't remember descending the stairs. I have a fragmented memory of the key in the lock, of pulling the attic door shut behind me, of turning the key with both hands because one hand wasn't strong enough anymore. But my body must have known what it was doing, because I found myself standing in the hallway, breathing hard, the key still locked in my grip. I went downstairs and out into the night. I got in my car without even thinking about it, and I drove. I don't know where I was going. I just needed to not be in that house, needed to not be inside those walls that had been keeping something preserved, keeping someone preserved. I drove for 40 minutes before I realized what I was doing, and pulled over in a parking lot outside a closed diner. The fluorescent lights reflected off the hood of my car like a warning. I sat there with my hands on the steering wheel, and I tried to convince myself that I was having a mental health crisis, that the scratches were my own, that I'd been the one in the walls all along, that my mind had fragmented and some part of me was trying to communicate with another part of me. It was almost comforting to consider, almost manageable. Then my phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. No words, just an image attached. It was a photograph of the attic. Recent, the dust patterns on the windowsill matched what I'd seen hours before. And in the center of the photo, written in scratches on the floorboards, was my name. But it was larger now, so much larger, as if something had been working feverishly in the hours since I'd left. There was no message, no explanation, just the image and the implication that someone, something, had my phone number. I drove to a hotel and paid cash and told the clerk I'd lost my keys and didn't want them involved. She didn't ask questions. I've been in the room for 3 days now, and I've convinced myself that as long as I don't go back, the scratches can't reach me. As long as I stay outside that house, something about the rules might change. But there's been a scratching sound in the walls of this hotel room since the second night. And this morning, when I was in the bathroom, I noticed something on the bathroom mirror. Condensation at first, just the remnants of steam from a hot shower. Except the condensation had formed a pattern. Letters, crude and desperate and unmistakably intentional, scratched into the moisture like fingernails on glass. My name again. I've been thinking about what that voice was, the one that came from beneath the floorboards. My voice, speaking to me, calling to me. And I've been wondering if maybe the scratches were never trying to communicate. Maybe they were marking something. Maybe they were a countdown, and every mark on the floor and walls and headboard and mirror was one more step toward something breaking through. Or maybe, and this is the thought that won't leave me alone, maybe they were markers. Like breadcrumbs. Like something was leaving a trail that I was meant to follow backward, all the way down to where it lived. All the way back to the place it had been, waiting in the dark of the walls, learning my name, learning the sound of my voice, learning how to become me so thoroughly that no one would ever question it when I finally stopped coming out. I still have the key to the attic. I don't know why. I carried it out of that house, and I haven't been able to put it down. It sits on the nightstand beside me, and sometimes I pick it up and hold it, and I feel the weight of all those marks on the floorboards, all those letters, all those years of waiting. The scratching in the walls has gotten louder, and underneath it, I can hear that voice again. My voice, speaking my name over and over, with the patience of something that understands that eventually, inevitably, I'm going to have to go back. Because this is the part I haven't told anyone yet. I can feel where it lives now. Not in the house, not in the walls, in me. And it's been getting closer to the surface for days. The thing about living alongside something is that eventually you stop noticing it's there. I moved back into the house on a Tuesday. There's no dramatic reason why. I simply ran out of money for the hotel, and my credit cards had all started declining in that weird way that means someone has been using them, though no charges appeared on the statements. Just holds that dissolved like breath on glass. The clerk at the front desk stopped making eye contact. I understood the message. I paid what I owed and drove back in silence. The house was exactly as I'd left it, dust on the kitchen counters, coffee mug in the sink with something dark and unidentifiable at the bottom. The floorboards creaked in their familiar pattern as I moved through the hallway. Nothing had changed, except that now I understood the language of those creaks. They were greeting me. They had been waiting. I didn't go to the attic immediately. I told myself this was caution, that I was being methodical about my return. The truth is simpler and worse. I was afraid of what I would find. Or more accurately, I was afraid of what I wouldn't find, that the scratches had stopped, that whatever had been leaving them had finished whatever it needed to say and had moved on to other work entirely. But when I finally climbed the ladder on the third day, fingers trembling on the wooden rungs, I found the attic exactly as it had been. The scratches were still there. All of them. My name in a dozen different iterations. Some frantic, some painstaking. Some so old the floorboards had warped around them, incorporating them into the wood like scars that had healed incorrectly. There was one new mark, though, a single line drawn across the floor in what looked like my own handwriting. It extended from the corner where I'd first seen the scratches all the way to the center of the room. A path, an invitation. I didn't follow it. Instead, I went about the business of making the house livable again. I bought groceries. I showered. I opened the windows and let the accumulated staleness of 3 weeks blow out into the autumn air. I told myself that this was what moving forward looked like, that I was taking my life back, that I was proving the house held no power over me. It's been 4 months now, and I'm almost convinced. The scratching in the walls stopped after about a week. I would have been relieved if the silence had felt like an ending, but it felt like something else, like the moment before a thunderstorm breaks, when the air goes completely still. I learned to live in that suspension. You can get used to almost anything if you give yourself permission to stop asking questions. There are small things that have become routine. I find myself writing my own name sometimes, without realizing it. Not frantic marks, just my signature on margins of books I'm reading, or on scrap paper when I'm thinking through a problem. The handwriting is always my own, but there's a hesitation in it, a slight tremor that wasn't there before, as if I'm uncertain about the name, as if I'm checking to make sure it's still mine. My job has become remote. This was partly my choice, and partly because my employers suggested it after I'd missed too much work during my hotel stay. They were very understanding about it. No one at the office has asked me back in person. I suspect the message circulated somehow that I'm the type of person who has episodes, who might become unreliable. The kind of employee you keep at a distance. I don't mind. The distance feels safer. The voice has quieted to something almost inaudible. A kind of white noise that lives beneath all the other sounds of the house. The creak of floorboards, the tick of the heating system, the wind against the windows. Sometimes I can pick it out, my voice, speaking my name with absolute certainty, as if confirming something that was never actually in doubt. But most of the time, I simply exist in the space around it. the way you exist around your own heartbeat. It's there. You don't think about it. You just carry on. I've noticed that I've stopped looking at mirrors for very long. This wasn't a conscious decision. It's just become easier to glance quickly, to confirm that I look like myself, and then to look away before too many seconds have passed. There's always that moment, right before the reflection catches up, where I'm not entirely sure what I'll see. It's not that I think the reflection will be different. It's more that I'm afraid it will be exactly the same, and I won't be able to tell which one of us is which. The other night, I found myself in the kitchen at 3 a.m, making additional middle section. The attic has a smell I've never been able to describe to anyone. It isn't musty. That word feels too simple, too casual for what lives in that air. Musty suggests old books, forgotten linens, the natural decay of time. What I breathe up there is something older. It's like standing inside the walls of a church that hasn't been opened in decades, where the air itself has turned crystalline and sharp. There's dust, yes, but underneath that is something chemical, something that catches in the back of my throat and makes me think of copper and salt and the peculiar staleness of a room where nothing has moved, nothing has lived for years beyond counting. I've been up there at least 50 times now, maybe more. I've stopped counting. The first time I entered, I climbed the pull-down ladder slowly, hands trembling in a way that embarrassed me even though I was alone. The wood was rough under my palms, worn soft in places where countless hands had gripped before mine. I remember thinking, how many people have climbed this? The thought came and went quickly, but it left a residue of unease that I couldn't shake. The attic stairs open into a narrow landing, and the space beyond stretches longer than the footprint of the house should allow. That's the first impossible thing. The house itself is modest, a 3-bedroom colonial built in 1987, according to the papers we received at closing. It shouldn't have an attic this vast, but it does. The slope of the roof creates a cathedral-like peak in the center, and from there the space fans outward into shadowed corners that seem to absorb the beam of my flashlight rather than reflect it. The floorboards are the color of old teeth. I know how that sounds, but it's accurate. They're yellowed, stained in places with marks I don't want to investigate too closely. Some of them are soft when I step on them. Though they don't crack, they just give slightly under my weight, as though the wood has become spongy with age and something else I don't have a name for. When I walk across them, they don't creak. That's what unsettles me most. The absence of sound. Old houses are supposed to sing. These boards are silent, absorbing the echo of my footsteps as though the space itself is holding its breath. The scratches are everywhere once you know to look for them. Thin lines, mostly running parallel to one another in clusters. At first I thought they were random, the marks of rodents, insects, the natural deterioration of wood exposed to the elements over time. But as I spent more time up there, as my eyes adjusted to the particular quality of light that filters through the single attic window, I began to understand that they were deliberate. They follow patterns, not geometric, nothing that organized or sane, but they cluster around certain areas of the floorboards, and they seem to gather most densely in what I think of as the center of the space, where the roof peak rises overhead and the air feels differently pressurized, as though something about the geometry of that spot creates a pocket of atmosphere separate from the rest of the world. I've made the mistake of bringing my own fingernails to those scratches multiple times. Each time I tell myself I won't, that it's absurd, that there's an obvious explanation that doesn't require me to crouch on my hands and knees and compare the crescents of keratin at the tips of my fingers to the grooves in century-old wood. But I do it anyway. They match. That's what keeps pulling me back up the ladder. The match isn't perfect. The scratches in the wood are too deep for that. The grooves too irregular. But the spacing is right. The angle is right. The texture somehow is right. When I press my fingers into some of the deeper scratches, they fit into them like keys into locks. The sensation is nauseating. It makes my skin crawl in a way that genuine fear doesn't quite capture. It's the feeling of recognizing something about myself in a reflection that doesn't belong to me. The attic smells different depending on what time of day I'm in there. In the morning, when the light is pale and thin, it smells green, like the inside of something growing, something that shouldn't be alive. By afternoon, when the sun is high and the dust motes are illuminated in the slanting light, the smell turns mineral. By evening, it's acrid, almost chemical. And at night, I've been up there at night 3 times, and I'm not sure I'll do it again. The smell is almost sweet, fermented, like fruit that's been sealed in darkness, rotting slowly into something else. The single window in the attic faces north, toward the edge of the property where the woods begin. During the day, the glass is so filthy that it barely admits any light at all. I've tried to clean it. I took a cloth and some cleaner up there 2 weeks ago, determined to let in more illumination, to banish some of the shadows that seem to breed in the corners. But the dirt on that glass isn't ordinary dirt. It's thick, almost crusty, and it resists cleaning. The cloth just smeared it, and the more I worked, the more the window seemed to absorb the cleaner rather than releasing the grime. Eventually, I gave up. Now, looking at that window from across the attic, I try not to think about what might have built up that crust. I try not to think about what might be on the other side of that glass, in the woods, looking back in. The insulation between the walls is exposed in some places where the roof has begun to separate from the joists. Batting, that pale straw-colored fiberglass material that's supposed to keep homes warm. It sags in places, bulges in others. I've noticed that the bulges tend to correspond with the areas where the scratches are most concentrated. The insulation there is compressed, flattened as though something has been pressing against it from the other side for a very long time. I haven't touched it. I don't plan to. There are boxes, of course. Every attic has boxes. These are old, The cardboard is brittle and slightly translucent with age, and whatever was written on them has faded into illegibility. Some of them are stacked against the eastern wall, in a corner where the light barely reaches even at midday. I've walked past them each time I've been up there, deliberately keeping my distance. Once I thought I saw something move inside one of them, a shadow shifting, as though something inside had resettled, adjusted its weight. But when I stared at it, trying to see into the thin cracks between the flaps, nothing moved again. I don't know what's in those boxes. I don't want to. The air in the attic is never quite the same twice. Sometimes it's thick, pressing against my skin like humidity, even though I know the house has a dehumidifier running constantly downstairs. Sometimes it's thin and brittle, as though something essential has been drawn out of it, leaving only a husk of atmosphere. The change doesn't correspond to weather patterns. I've checked. Rain or shine, hot or cold, the air quality up there seems to depend on something else entirely, some variable I can't measure. I've started keeping a notebook. Each time I climb the ladder, I record the temperature, the quality of light, the specific areas where I find new scratches. The pages are beginning to fill up. The handwriting has become increasingly difficult to read. My hands aren't as steady as they used to be. But the data is there. Dates, times, descriptions that spiral into longer and longer passages about the texture of the air, the way the dust moves when it catches the light, the specific metallic quality of the smell when the afternoon sun hits a particular corner of the space. My husband, his name is Blake, has stopped asking me what I'm doing up there. The first week he asked multiple times a day. By the second week, the questions had become less frequent. Now he just watches me climb the ladder with a look I can't quite parse. Not concern exactly, something more like resignation. The understanding that I've been caught by something, and that whatever it isn't his concern anymore. He's begun spending more time at work. I don't blame him. Sometimes, when I'm in the attic, I sit in the center of the space where the roof peaks overhead, and I let my hands rest flat on the floorboards. The wood is warm in the summer even when the rest of the house is cool, and if I sit there long enough, if I quiet my breathing and close my eyes, I can feel something like a pulse in the wood. Not a heartbeat, nothing that organized, but a rhythm, a movement, as though the floor itself is breathing, and I'm resting my palms against the chest of something that's been asleep for a long time and has finally begun to wake up. The scratches on my fingernails are getting worse. The keratin is beginning to separate from the nail bed in places. I've taken to wearing nail beds down to the quick now, shorter than I've ever kept them. But that doesn't seem to matter. The new growth still matches the scratches when I find them, and I always find them. This morning I found a new cluster of them in the center of the attic, in the exact shape of my right hand, as though something or someone had placed their fingers against the wood and dragged them slowly, deliberately across the grain. The fit is perfect, uncanny, When I press my hand into those scratches, it's like looking at a photograph of myself from a time I don't remember. I'm going back up there tonight. Offie, I don't remember waking up. I don't remember walking down the stairs. I was simply there, hands moving with automatic precision, measuring grounds and water, listening to the machine brew. And while I waited, I became aware of another presence in the kitchen with me. Not intrusive, not threatening, just present, the way a person becomes aware of someone standing in the room behind them. I didn't turn around. When the coffee was finished, I poured a cup and held it to my lips, breathing in the heat and the bitterness. It was exactly what I wanted. It was what I had always wanted. And in that moment, suspended between sleep and waking, between before and after, I felt something like relief. The coffee tasted like my own mouth. I finished it slowly, standing in the pre-dawn darkness of the kitchen, and I didn't allow myself to turn around, because I already knew who was standing behind me. I've always known. It's the knowing that matters, the quiet acceptance that some doors once opened can never quite be closed again. The scratching started again last week, but it's different now. It's not in the attic, it's not in the walls, it's in my fingernails. A persistent itch beneath them, a sensation like something trying to claw its way out from underneath. When I sleep, and I do sleep now, deeply, dreamlessly, the way I haven't slept in years, I sometimes wake to find that I've scratched my own skin raw without feeling it. There are small crescent marks on my arms, on my legs, on my chest. They don't hurt. They look almost like writing, if you tilt your head and let the shadows fall across them the right way. I found one on my neck this morning, curved, deliberate. It looked almost like the beginning of a letter. The house is quiet today, the kind of quiet that feels populated. I'm thinking about going up to the attic, not because I need to, not because I'm being drawn there by something outside myself. I'm thinking about going up because I want to know what the rest of the scratches on that floor spell out, what the full message is, what it's been trying to tell me all along. I'm thinking about going up because the scratching beneath my fingernails is becoming unbearable, and I'm beginning to understand that there's something I'm supposed to be writing, something important, something that only I can write, using the only tools I have. My hands are steady now when I hold the pen, almost too steady, as if someone else is guiding them, as if I've finally found what I was always looking for, a way to let something else finish the story, using my voice to tell it, to become so complete in being me that the difference between us doesn't matter anymore. The scratching continues. It's louder tonight. I keep thinking about that attic, about the dust and the darkness in the floor that's been waiting so patiently for me to understand. Tomorrow, maybe. Tomorrow I'll go back up. Or maybe I already have. Maybe I've been here the whole time. Story 3. The inherited cottage where the previous owner's routines continue without them. The kettle whistled at 6 in the morning on my third day there, and I hadn't touched it. I woke to that sound, a thin, patient shriek from somewhere downstairs in the cottage. For a moment, still caught in the heaviness of sleep, I thought perhaps I'd said it myself and forgotten. But the kettle sat cold on the stove when I came down in my worn sweater, my bare feet against tile that hadn't warmed yet. The kitchen held the kind of silence that only exists after a noise has stopped, like the air was still learning how to be quiet again. I stood there for longer than made sense, staring at that kettle. My hands felt unsteady even though I hadn't yet had coffee. The cottage was mine now. That much was official, signed and witnessed 3 weeks prior. Legally, irrevocably, inexplicably mine. A place I'd never been to before the day I inherited it. A place that, until my distant relative's death, I hadn't known existed beyond a lawyer's phone call. The cottage sat in a valley in the northern part of the county, 6 miles from the nearest town, accessed by a road that curved through birch and oak. The stone walls were old, built in 1923 according to the deed, and they had the color of ash, the kind of gray that makes you think of silence and weight. Inside, everything was narrow. Narrow hallways, narrow windows, doorways that made you think carefully about your shoulders. The floorboards were dark wood, worn smooth in certain places by what I had to assume were decades of footsteps in the same paths. When I'd first arrived 2 days ago, the real estate agent had opened windows to let in air. She was efficient, kind, and clearly uncomfortable staying longer than necessary. It's been empty for about 8 months, she'd said, moving through rooms with quick purpose. Since your relative passed, everything's been maintained, but you'll want to have someone check the plumbing. She didn't volunteer any other information. I didn't ask for any. The smell that greeted me when she left was what struck me most, a layered smell, the kind that takes time to accumulate. Lavender, faded and dry, old tea, something woody and mineral from the stone itself, and beneath it, something else. Not unpleasant, just present, like stepping into a room someone had just left. The cottage had 1 floor plus an upper floor. The lower level held a kitchen, a sitting room with a fireplace, a narrow hallway with a bathroom, and what might have been a study or office, a small room facing north. Its shelves lined with books whose spines had faded to nearly uniform beige. The upper floor was simpler, a hallway, 3 small bedrooms, and a larger room at the end that clearly had been the main bedroom. I'd chosen to sleep in the second smallest bedroom the first 2 nights, the one with a window facing the valley. It felt safer somehow, keeping distance from the rest of the house. But on the 3rd morning, there was the kettle. I filled it from the tap, set it on the stove, consciously, this time, and tried to settle the feeling that something had already done this for me. While the water heated, I opened the kitchen curtains. The valley was still misting slightly, the trees beyond the stone wall barely visible through the gray. It was beautiful in a way that made me lonely, which seemed odd because I was alone, which meant there was no one to make me feel that way but myself. The kettle boiled. I made tea. I sat at the kitchen table, which was scrubbed clean but whose grain was so visible it seemed almost raw. The tea was too hot, so I held the mug and let the steam rise and disappear. That's when I noticed the note. Not a note exactly, a list. It sat on the counter, on a small pad of paper with a faded watercolor border, pale pink flowers I couldn't quite identify. The handwriting was careful, precise, the kind of handwriting that belongs to someone who learned penmanship when it was still taught with purpose. Tea, 6-door and breakfast at 6:45 Windows East Side Kitchen, thorough lunch, 12:30 p.m. and on and on. A daily schedule written out. Tasks and times, the kind of things someone might write to keep themselves organized, to give structure to a day that might otherwise blur. I assumed it was something left behind. A reminder. A note the previous owner had written to herself and left on the counter, and no one had thought to clear it away. It would be yellow with age, or at least discolored, but the paper was bright white. The ink was fresh. The handwriting showed no sign of time's passage. I picked it up carefully, as if sudden movement might disturb something. The paper was still slightly damp, as if it had been written recently, as if the pen had been set down only minutes ago. I turned it over. The other side was blank. I checked the pad beneath it, 20 or more pages, and every single one was blank. This single page, with its careful list of tasks and times, was the only one that had been used. The handwriting, though, something about it bothered me in a way I couldn't quite articulate. It was familiar, which didn't make sense. I'd never seen my relatives writing, hadn't known them well enough to recognize their hand. I set the list back down and finished my tea, which had gone lukewarm while I'd been holding it. By evening, I'd convinced myself about the kettle. Perhaps the previous owner had been someone who left detailed notes, who kept lists. Perhaps what felt like a mystery was just the disorientation of being in a new place. A place that had held someone else's life for years. The body does strange things when tired, when displaced. Your mind makes connections. You interpret absence as presence. You hear a kettle whistle and think of hands you've never met, moving with purpose you've never witnessed. But that night, as I lay in my narrow bed in my second smallest bedroom, listening to the cottage settle and creak around me, I kept thinking about the kitchen schedule, about the word tea, 6 am. Someone had written that today. Someone had decided this morning to list out their tasks. I kept thinking, who writes a schedule for the day it's already happening? At 3 a.m, I woke to footsteps. They were clear, deliberate, moving through the hallway below. 1, 2, 1, 2, the steady pace of someone walking a familiar route. I lifted my head from the pillow. Listening, my heart had already begun that sharp, rushing thing it does when your body registers danger before your mind can catch up. The footsteps moved steadily down the hallway. I heard them pass beneath my window, pass through what I knew was the width of the sitting room, approach the narrow hallway on the other side. They seemed to slow, then stop. There was a long silence. Then they continued, but now in the opposite direction, back the way they'd come, moving away, fading into distance, until there was nothing but the darkness and the small sounds of the house itself. The wood settling, the ancient pipes running water somewhere I couldn't identify. I lay awake for 2 hours after that, waiting, but the footsteps didn't return. When dawn finally came, the kettle was already whistling. I didn't turn it off immediately. That's the detail that stays with me now, that small hesitation before I got out of bed and went downstairs in my bare feet. Moving through the cold cottage to the kitchen where steam was already fogging the windows. The kettle sat on the stove, clicking as it cooled. The water inside had been boiled recently enough that I could still feel the residual heat when I wrapped my hand around it. I unplugged the element and stood there for a long time, trying to construct the logic of it. Perhaps I'd forgotten. Perhaps I'd woken in the night in some fugue state and come down here without remembering. The mind does that sometimes. Autopilot, muscle memory, the strange things our bodies do when half asleep. But I knew I hadn't. I was certain of it with the kind of certainty that comes from fear, which tends to sharpen memory rather than dull it. I made tea anyway. It seemed less strange than not making tea, as if normalizing the act might diminish its oddness. I sat at the kitchen table, the one the previous owner had presumably sat at countless times, and waited for full light while the sky outside moved from black to deep blue to the gray of genuine morning. The cottage had belonged to Morgan for 37 years. That's what the solicitor had told me, sliding a single sheet across the desk with a kind of reverent slowness, as if the number itself carried weight. 37 years in the same place. I tried to imagine it. The same rooms, the same windows, the same kitchen table. The rhythms that would form, the way a house would know you eventually, the way you would know every creak and settling, every angle of light through every window at every hour. Morgan had died in their sleep, the solicitor said. A peaceful end, no apparent suffering. They'd lived here alone, which was noted somewhere between sympathy and a kind of bureaucratic gentle censure, the implication that solitary living at advanced age was either admirable or troubling, depending on one's perspective. The cottage had been closed for 3 months before I arrived. 3 months of no one moving through it, no footsteps in the hallways, no one filling the kettle or turning on the lights or living the small daily rituals that give a house its sense of occupancy. I spent most of the morning trying to find a reasonable explanation. Perhaps the cottage had a timer on the stove. I checked. It didn't. Perhaps there was a water heater malfunction that ran the kettle automatically. I examined the stove carefully. It was old, mechanical, utterly simple. There was no logic that could accommodate what had happened. By noon, I'd almost convinced myself it was a dream, that my subconscious had generated the sound while I slept, and I'd incorporated it into waking memory, the way you sometimes do. The mind is cruel that way. It gaslights you into doubting your own experience. But then I found the tea. It was on the counter beside the sink, in a mug that matched the others in the cupboard, white ceramic with a thin blue rim worn in places from years of use. The tea was cold, steeped to that bitter darkness that happens when you leave it too long. A small spoon lay beside it, and the tea bag was still in the mug, soggy and disintegrated. The spoon was wet. There was condensation on the outside of the mug. This meant it hadn't been there from before I arrived. This meant it was fresh. This meant someone, or something, had filled the mug with hot water and steeped a tea bag and left it cooling on the counter while I slept, or while I'd been upstairs, or while I'd been anywhere but in this kitchen watching. I didn't touch it. I stood looking at it for what felt like a very long time, my hands held carefully away from my body, as if maintaining distance from it might somehow protect me from what it implied. Then I poured it down the sink, watching the dark liquid spiral away, and I ran the tap until the mug was clean. That evening, I made a decision. I would document everything. I pulled out a notebook from my bag, an old journal I'd brought with the vague thought of recording my first impressions of the cottage, and I began to write. Timestamps, observations, anything unusual, no matter how small. Nothing happened that evening. I waited deliberately, staying in the kitchen past dark with lights on, listening, but there was only the sound of the cottage being itself, the wind pressing against the windows, the pipe's occasional gurgle, the soft clicking of the refrigerator's compressor. By midnight I was exhausted enough that I couldn't keep my eyes open, and I went to bed unmolested. The next morning the kettle was whistling again. This time I came downstairs faster. I was still in my sleep clothes, my hair still tangled from sleep, and I moved through the cottage with a kind of desperation, as if speed might catch whoever, whatever, was doing this. But the kitchen was empty. The kettle sat on the stove, steam rising from its spout, and I could see through the kitchen window that the sun hadn't even properly crested the horizon yet. The world outside was still mostly dark. I unplugged the kettle and sat down immediately to write in my notebook. 3:15 a.m. Kettle whistling. No obvious cause. I realized I'd begun writing as if I were documenting an infestation or a malfunction, clinical, observational, the kind of notes you'd make for a professional, as if words could impose order on something fundamentally disordered. I didn't go back to sleep. I stayed in the kitchen with all the lights on, the notebook open in front of me, waiting. I made myself tea just to have something to do with my hands. I ate the last of the bread from my arrival. I watched the dark outside the windows gradually lighten and waited for the day to arrive as if it were rescue. By the time the sun was actually up, I'd made a decision. The cottage needed to be examined. There had to be something, a malfunction in the stove, a faulty wiring issue, something explainable and fixable that could be addressed by someone who knew how to address such things. I would call a repair person. I would let someone else be the one to move through this house and investigate its strangeness. But when I picked up my mobile, there was no signal. I tried the landline in the sitting room. There was one, an old rotary phone that came with the cottage, and got only silence on the line. Dead, no dial tone, no sound at all. It occurred to me, with a kind of sick clarity, that the cottage was isolated. It sat 3 kilometers from the nearest road, down a long, unmarked drive that curved through dense woods. That had seemed charming when I'd arrived in daylight. The privacy, the seclusion, the sense of being removed from the ordinary world. Now, it felt like an entirely different proposition. I spent the morning doing practical things. I checked the windows, all locked. I examined the doors, locked as well, with no signs of forced entry. I went through the house methodically, noting which doors opened where, mapping the layout in my mind as if a better understanding of the space might somehow make it more manageable. The cottage was larger than it appeared from outside. It had odd angles and unexpected hallways. There was a small room off the kitchen that I hadn't noticed before, empty except for a shelf containing various tins of tea, dozens of them, black tea, green tea, herbal blends, loose leaf in small metal boxes. An impressive collection, years of accumulated preference, Morgan's preference. By afternoon, I was moving through the cottage with the kind of mechanical determination of someone who's running on adrenaline and bad decisions. I opened closets. I looked under beds. I opened the locked cupboard in the hallway with one of the keys from the keyring I'd been given, half expecting, what? To find Morgan sitting there, waiting? To find evidence of another person, another presence, something concrete and explainable? The cupboard contained linens, sheets and towels and blankets, all meticulously folded and organized. Some still in their plastic bags from the shops where they'd been purchased. Everything was very old except for a few items that looked newer. The solicitor must have overlooked this cupboard when the house was being cleared. Everything that wasn't essential furniture had supposedly been removed. But here was evidence of Morgan's life, preserved and undisturbed. I pulled out one of the blankets anyway, a soft cream-colored wool with a fringed edge, and held it to my face. There was a smell to it, faint but present, not unpleasant, just the smell of age and storage and something distinctly, persistently human. It made me think of someone sitting with this blanket across their lap, years collapsing into years, the same room, the same chair, the same rhythms. I put it back very carefully, as if I desecrated something. That night, I locked myself in my bedroom. I actually turned the key in the old lock, hearing it click with what felt like finality. I barricaded the door further by propping a chair against it, and then I lay in bed fully clothed, staring at the ceiling, and tried to think of reasons to leave the cottage that didn't sound absolutely insane. The house itself was mine now. The solicitor had been very clear about that. The deed was in my name. There was nothing preventing me from staying. There was also nothing preventing me from going, though leaving felt like the kind of act that would require explanation to myself, if no one else. And I wasn't sure I had an explanation that held any water. At 3:30 in the morning, I heard footsteps again. They were in the hallway outside my bedroom, moving slowly, deliberately, as if the person, if it was a person, was looking at something as they walked. Back and forth, back and forth. The footsteps would move toward one end of the hallway, pause, then move toward the other, searching for something, or simply remembering a room, a door, a window that had meant something in the context of a life lived here. I didn't move. I barely breathed. I lay in the dark with my hands gripped together and listened while the footsteps traced their path again and again, a loop, a routine. The ghost of a routine that had been important enough to the previous owner that it had apparently survived their departure from the world. When dawn came, the footsteps faded. I waited until full morning before I moved. When I finally got out of bed and opened the door to check the hallway, There was nothing but the normal dust and the ordinary silence of a house, waiting for someone to inhabit it again. But on the small table at the end of the hallway, a table I was certain had been empty yesterday, there was something new. A list. Handwritten on lined paper torn from a notebook. The handwriting shaky but deliberate. T. 6 low and walk hallway. 3:30 check windows. 9 p.m. listen. That last item had no time. Just listen. I stood reading it for a long time. The handwriting was old-fashioned, formed by someone who'd learned to write decades ago and never changed. It could have been from anywhere. It could have been Morgan's handwriting, or it could have been someone else's entirely. There was no way to know. But it was warm. When I touched the paper, it was warm, as if it had been written recently, or as if someone had been holding it, keeping it close. I folded it carefully and put it in my pocket. I didn't know why. It seemed wrong to destroy it, but it also seemed wrong to leave it there, displayed like a manifest of strangeness, a schedule written in the dark hours by something that insisted on being known. That evening, I didn't lock my door. The list in my pocket became heavier as the days passed. I'd take it out, unfold it, read those 4 items, and each time I felt something shift in my understanding of what the cottage actually was. Not haunted, that word felt too simple, too borrowed from stories. This was different. This was a place that had absorbed someone so completely that their absence had become a presence. I stopped trying to explain it away. On the 4th night after finding the list, I sat at the kitchen table with a cup of tea I'd made at 6 o'clock, the time specified, and waited to see what would happen. The kettle had boiled without me touching it. I'm still not sure when that happened. I'd gone upstairs to shower, and when I came back down, steam was rising from the kettle spout, and the kitchen smelled like the particular blend of leaves I'd bought at the village market, a flavor I'd never tried before. Someone, or something, knew what tea I preferred, or what Morgan had preferred. I drank it anyway. It tasted like autumn, like memory, like something that had been held inside a person's mouth for far too long. It was exactly what I needed, even though I hadn't known I needed anything. At 9 o'clock, I went to the windows. All the curtains were drawn except for the small one in the front room, the one facing the lane. I hadn't drawn that curtain, I was certain of it. So I stood there, looking out at the darkness, and I waited for whatever was checking windows to acknowledge my presence. The glass was cold, my breath fogged against it. Outside, the world was completely dark except for the faint outline of trees against a starless sky, and I had the distinct impression that something was looking back at me from that darkness. Not threatening, just aware, curious about this new person living in the room where decades of life had been compressed into routine and repetition. I checked the other windows myself, moving through the cottage in the methodical way the list suggested. Moving slowly, pausing. The house felt different when you did it this way, when you actually inhabited it rather than just passing through it. Every room had a weight to it. Every door had a reason. The bathroom window looked out onto the overgrown garden where things had grown wild and reclaimed themselves. The upstairs hallway window faced the woods, and something about that darkness felt like breathing, like the forest itself was inhaling and exhaling in rhythm with my own chest. By the time I finished, it was nearly 10 o'clock, and I was no longer alone in any meaningful sense. I could feel it, the presence, the attention, the routine being performed now by two people instead of one, or rather by one person and whatever I had become by choosing to participate. At 3:30 in the morning, I went to the hallway without being called. I stood in the darkness and listened to it. To them, the footsteps that moved with my own breathing. Back and forth, back and forth. The cottage had hallways that seemed to stretch longer in the dark than they did in daylight. I could trace them with my eyes closed. The main corridor where the floorboards creaked in a specific sequence, the smaller passage that led to the room I'd never entered, the secondary staircase that Morgan apparently used more often than the grand one. All of it mapped and measured by someone who had worn these roots into the very fabric of the house. I thought about the schedule, about listen with no time attached. So I listened. I listened to the way the cottage settled at night, the particular groans of old wood, the pipes that spoke to each other in tones like distant voices. I listened to the wind finding its way through gaps in the frame, whispering against glass. I listened to my own heartbeat, which seemed obscenely loud in the dark, as if it had never really belonged to me at all, but had always been part of the house's pulse. And underneath it all, I heard something else. Breathing, not my own. The rhythm was different, slower, deeper, the breath of someone older, someone who'd learned to breathe shallowly in the confined spaces of a life that had shrunk to fit a schedule. It came from everywhere and nowhere. From the walls themselves, perhaps from the foundation. From the spaces between the floorboards where dust and time had settled like sediment. Morgan, I said, and the word hung in the darkness like a question. The breathing changed. Quickened, I heard the floorboards shift under the weight of something that might have been footsteps, or might have been the house itself responding to being named. I went back to bed when dawn came, but sleep didn't follow. I lay still and watched the light change from dark blue to gray to something approaching yellow. And I understood that the cottage had already decided what I would become. I was part of the schedule now, part of the routine. Another person compressed into the narrow space of inherited life, walking the same paths, checking the same windows, listening to the same silences that had swallowed Morgan whole. The fifth day, or what I was beginning to think of as the fifth day of my true tenure in the cottage, brought something new. I found a second list, this one on the kitchen counter, written in a hand that was slightly steadier than the first. The paper was warm again, and the ink was fresh enough that it smudged slightly when I touched it. 6 am, T 9 p.m., Windows 330 am, hallway listen, always listen. There are other rooms, Do you know about other rooms?" The final sentence was written in a different ink, as if it had been added later, or second-guessed and then committed to anyway. The question mark trembled across the paper like something hesitant, afraid of the answer it might receive. I moved through the cottage that day with a new kind of attention. I'd never really counted the rooms. I'd avoided the closed doors, the spaces that felt too intentional in their privacy. The sitting room Morgan apparently lived in upstairs in the west wing. The room at the end of the main corridor that I'd glimpsed once and never approached again. There was a door in the kitchen that opened onto something I'd assumed was a pantry, but which I'd never actually opened. Each room seemed to shrink when I approached it, as if the cottage itself was contracting, making space for the secrets it had harbored. The northwestern room, the one mentioned in the new list, was upstairs, and I knew the moment I looked at it that Morgan had spent significant time there. The furniture was arranged to face the window, and there were indentations in the rug where a chair had sat for years, decades perhaps. The wallpaper was faded in places, but dark in others, as if it had been covered partially, then uncovered again. There was a bookshelf with several volumes removed, leaving gaps like missing teeth. On the windowsill sat a small bell, the kind that might have been rung to summon someone or to warn of something approaching. I picked it up. It was ice cold despite the room having been sealed since my arrival. When I rang it, the sound was clear and pure and absolutely impossible. The kind of sound that doesn't belong in old cottages, that belongs instead to some elsewhere place. Some time that had detached itself from the normal sequence of hours and days. It seemed to travel downward through the house, down into the walls and the foundations, where it was answered by something that might have been an echo, but felt instead like recognition. The breathing came back that night, not hidden in the walls, but right there in the cottage with me, following my path from room to room. When I stopped, it stopped. When I moved, it moved. By the time the list appeared for the third time, on my pillow, of all places, still warm, still smudged with fresh ink, I had begun to understand that it wasn't asking questions anymore. You are learning. The rooms are yours now. We are learning you. And beneath that, in handwriting that had begun to merge with my own thoughts, as if the line between Morgan's intentions and my own perceptions had begun to blur, "Don't leave. Please don't leave." I didn't answer. I didn't leave. The cottage held me the way it had held Morgan, the way old houses hold everyone who lets them, and I felt myself beginning to compress, to consolidate my life into the shape of a schedule, into the narrow paths of routine that had been carved so deeply into the cottage's foundation that they had become a kind of gravity. The breathing in the walls continued, but I was beginning to breathe with it, matching the rhythm, learning to exhale when it exhaled, learning to exist in the spaces between one routine and the next, where the past and the present had finally become indistinguishable from one another. Time became difficult to measure after that. Not in the way one loses track of days. I knew perfectly well when they began and ended, but in the way that weeks seemed to fold into themselves, each one identical enough to the last that I stopped writing them down, The calendar on the kitchen wall still bore Morgan's notes, and I found myself unable to cross out the dates. Instead, I simply turned the page when the month changed, preserving everything underneath as if those completed months were still somehow in progress, still somehow occupying the same space as the present. The breathing stopped, eventually, or perhaps I simply stopped noticing it. This distinction mattered less than I wanted it to. What remained was structure. The cottage seemed to have released me from whatever tension had held us suspended between arrival and understanding. And in exchange, it asked only that I maintain the rhythm. The rooms had their hours. The sitting room, where Morgan had watched the window, required an afternoon visit, the kind where I would sit in that indented chair and look out at the overgrown garden without quite thinking about what I was looking at. The northwestern room needed only evening acknowledgment, a moment standing at the threshold, acknowledging its existence, before I withdrew. The small bell on the windowsill I did not ring again. The house was quieter now. Not peaceful. I don't think houses like this are ever peaceful, but settled into a kind of truce. I lived in it the way a nautilus lives in a shell, not comfortably exactly, but in the way that made leaving seem impossible. The shape had been made to fit someone, and I had finally molded myself into that shape so completely that the difference between the cottage's desires and my own had become indistinguishable. This was not resignation. I don't think it was. It felt more like understanding. When the woman came, and she did come, eventually, the way I somehow knew she would, she was younger than I expected. And she looked at the cottage the way I had looked at it 3 months before, lost, already beginning to compress. I inherited it, she said, standing in the doorway with her hands still on her suitcase, as if she hadn't yet committed to putting it down. From my aunt. She lived here for 43 years. She never married, never left, as far as I can tell. I watched her from the sitting room threshold, and I saw the moment she registered the list I had placed on the hall table for her. It was a new one, written out in my handwriting now, though I couldn't quite remember when I'd made the decision to prepare it. The rooms, the hours, the order in which the cottage preferred to be occupied. Did you? She began, but she didn't finish. She was already reading, already understanding that this information had been organized for her benefit, had been waiting for her, had perhaps always been waiting for whoever came next. The northwestern room is important, I heard myself say. You'll understand why once you've spent time there. There's a bell on the windowsill. I wouldn't recommend ringing it, but you'll feel drawn to it anyway. Everyone does. She looked at me then, really looked at me, and I saw the moment she realized I wasn't leaving, that I had no suitcases, that I had become part of the cottage the way the walls were part of it, the way the breathing in the foundations was part of it. "How long have you been here?" she asked, though I think she already knew the answer wasn't going to be a number she could use. "Long enough," I said. "Long enough to understand that the cottage doesn't really inherit people. It just waits for them. And once they arrive, it teaches them the appropriate way to live inside it." She set her suitcase down. The weeks that followed were strange in a way that was almost familiar. I watched her move through the same adjustments I had moved through, but now from the perspective of someone who had already accepted them. I showed her where Morgan had sat, where the indentations in the rugs remained, where the furniture had been arranged so many years ago that no one alive could remember if it had ever been arranged differently. I didn't tell her about the breathing or the lists. Those were things the cottage would teach her itself, at its own pace, in the language that only the house and its inhabitants seemed able to speak. One afternoon, I believe it was an afternoon, the light through the window suggested it. Though I couldn't have said which day of the week, she asked me why I had stayed. Because I understood that I couldn't leave, I told her. Because the cottage had become the only place that made sense. But didn't you want to? She asked. Didn't you try? I thought about this carefully, trying to reconstruct a version of myself that had wanted things, had made decisions based on desire and fear rather than on the small gravitational pulls that the cottage exerted, moment by moment, routine by routine. I think I did, I said finally. I think there was a moment when I thought I should. But the cottage has a way of making you understand that leaving isn't actually a choice. It's just another room you haven't entered yet. And entering it means forgetting all the ones you've already learned to live in. And once you've learned those rooms, really learned them, the way they like to be occupied, the order they prefer. T-additional middle section the cottage held a particular kind of silence, not the absence of sound, but a presence unto itself. I learned this on the third morning when I woke to the smell of coffee. I hadn't made coffee. My grounds were still in their sealed bag in the cabinet, the coffee maker I'd brought still wrapped in tissue paper in a box by the stove. Yet the smell was unmistakable, bitter, old, slightly acrid, as if it had been brewing for hours. I lay in bed listening to my own heartbeat, counting the seconds between each one. The smell grew stronger as the house warmed with daylight filtering through the curtains I'd left open. By the time I forced myself downstairs, it had begun to fade. The kitchen was empty, no pot on the stove, no residue in the sink, only the faint chemical ghost of the smell clinging to the air. I began to notice the small rhythms of the place, the ways it moved through its day independent of my own routine. The floorboards in the hallway would creak at approximately 4 in the afternoon, a slow step-by-step procession from the front room toward the stairs. I timed it once, sat with my notebook, and marked each sound. 11 creaks total. Always the same 11, always in the same order, always accompanied by a particular quality of settling, as if weight were distributed across each board with deliberate intention. At 6:15, every evening without exception, the pipes in the wall behind the kitchen sink would shudder. Just once. A violent pneumatic sound that shot through the plumbing like something had struck it from inside the walls themselves. I came to anticipate it, and that anticipation was almost worse than the noise. I'd find myself watching the clock after dinner, my whole body tensing as the moment approached. The first time it happened, I jumped so badly I'd broken a glass. By the second week, I simply waited for it, my hands gripping the edge of whatever surface was nearest. The house had its own breathing pattern, too, a settled atmospheric pressure that seemed to shift with the hours. In the mornings between 7 and 9, the air felt thick and particulate, as though dust were suspended in every room regardless of how much I'd cleaned. I could taste it on my tongue, a faintly mineral flavor. It would clear by mid-morning, leaving a strange kind of clarity, almost too sharp, like the air had been processed and filtered by something invisible. By afternoon, that clarity would degrade into a kind of heaviness that pressed against my skin. The evenings brought a coolness that had nothing to do with temperature, a kind of absence of warmth that wasn't cold so much as the memory of cold. I found myself moving through the cottage like an animal learning a new territory, not cautiously, exactly, but with a kind of heightened awareness. I'd pause in doorways. I'd listen before entering rooms. I began to understand the acoustic properties of each space, how sound behaved differently in the small bedroom upstairs versus the long hallway, how the kitchen amplified certain frequencies while muffling others. The living room had a particular quality that made my own voice sound hollow when I spoke aloud, as though I were speaking into a space that had already been claimed by another kind of presence. The light changed in ways I couldn't quite articulate. On clear days, the windows should have filled the rooms with brightness, but there was a dimming quality to the sunlight here, as if the glass itself filtered out something essential. Even on brilliant mornings, the interior remained submerged in a kind of amber twilight. I found myself relying on electric lights far more than I'd expected, but when I'd turn them on, they seemed to illuminate only small islands of space, leaving the corners of rooms in a darkness that felt deliberate and occupied. There was a particular window in the upstairs hallway, narrow, facing toward the back property, that I found I couldn't quite look directly at. Not for any reason I could name. It simply created an uncomfortable sensation when my gaze approached it, a kind of mild vertigo, as though something about the angle or the quality of light coming through it was wrong. I'd walk past it several times a day, and each time I'd feel that small disturbance in my equilibrium. I began to cover it with a sheet after the first week, but the discomfort didn't fade. It simply transferred to the idea of the covered window, so I removed the sheet and chose instead to simply never look at it directly. The closets in the cottage were narrow and deep, the kind that seemed to extend farther back than their external dimensions should allow. I discovered this one afternoon when I was attempting to store some boxes in the hall closet. Reaching toward the back, my hand found only air where I expected a wall. I pulled back, confused, and tried again. The same impossible depth. I got down on my knees and peered inside, but the interior was too dark to see properly. When I used my phone's flashlight, the beam seemed to dissipate before reaching any back wall, as though the space was somehow absorbing the light rather than reflecting it. I closed the door and did not open it again. The smells of the house built upon each other through the day. The morning coffee always came first, but by afternoon other odors would emerge, a faint staleness, like the smell of fabric that had been sealed in a drawer for years, a mineral earthiness that suggested damp in the walls, something green and botanical that might have been dried flowers or might have been something else entirely. At night, everything consolidated into a single complex scent that I couldn't quite place. It wasn't unpleasant exactly. It was the smell of a place that had been lived in intensely, thoroughly, every surface marked by time and habitation. I started leaving lights on through the night. Not because I was afraid, though I was beginning to be, but because the darkness in this house felt different from darkness in other places. It felt inhabited. It felt like something was organizing itself in the black spaces, waiting for the moment when I wasn't looking directly at it. I'd lie in bed listening to the house settle, tracking the small shifts and movements of old wood cooling in the dark. There were nights when I was certain I could hear breathing that wasn't my own, a slow, deep respiration that seemed to come from behind the walls themselves. By the second week, I'd begun to develop a kind of relationship with the cottage's routines. I'd adjusted my own schedule around them. I made sure not to be in the hallway at 4 o'clock. I took my dinner early so that the 6:15 shudder in the pipes wouldn't startle me while I was eating. I'd learned which floorboards creaked when I stepped on them and found ways to move through rooms that avoided them. I was conforming to the house's rhythms rather than imposing my own. I'd started making notes, not for any practical reason, but because documenting things felt like a way of maintaining some kind of agency. I'd record the times of the sounds, the qualities of the light, the particular smells of each hour. The act of writing created distance, a kind of buffer between me and the weirdness of the place. As long as I was observing, I was separate from what was being observed. But I knew that wasn't entirely true. Some nights I'd wake to find myself arranged differently in bed than how I'd fallen asleep. Not dramatically, never anything so obvious as to be undeniable. But my head would be on the opposite end of the bed. My blankets would be tucked in with a precision I didn't remember achieving. My pillow would be positioned with a kind of formal care. Each time, there would be a moment of disorientation, a slippage between sleep and waking where I couldn't quite remember the night, couldn't quite account for the hours. The house was patient. It moved slowly. It showed me small things, one at a time, each small enough to have an explanation, each alone insufficient to trigger panic, but accumulated into something that pressed against the edges of my rational mind. It was teaching me something, or teaching me to be ready for something, some kind of preparation that I didn't understand and couldn't decline. Heed time of day that makes them comfortable. Leaving feels less like escape and more like abandonment. She nodded slowly, and I recognized in her expression the beginning of acceptance. The cottage had chosen well, I thought. She would learn. They all learn. The days condensed into their essential shapes. I began to appear less frequently in the common spaces of the house. It wasn't conscious exactly, simply that my presence seemed to matter less when there was another person there to occupy the spaces, to maintain the routines. I spent more time in the small room I had claimed at the end of the east corridor, a space that had been empty when I arrived, but which the cottage seemed to have been saving for exactly this purpose. It had a single window that looked out onto the side garden, where nothing grew any more. Sometimes, from that room, I would hear her moving through the cottage, her footsteps on the stairs, her breathing in the hallway, the small sounds of someone still learning the language of the house. And I would feel something that might have been contentment. If contentment was a thing that could exist in this place, in this permanent, unchanging arrangement of rooms and routines that had somehow become everything the world contained. One morning, and I think it was morning, though the distinction had become increasingly meaningless, I found a new list on my pillow. But this one wasn't written in handwriting I recognized. It was written in her hand, the new arrivals, and it was organized exactly like the ones that had come before. The rooms, the hours, the order. The only addition was a name at the top, and below that, in smaller letters, a single phrase that might have been a prayer or a warning or an invitation: learn to stay. I picked up the list, and my hands were cold. The bell on the window-sill of the northwestern room seemed very distant and very close at the same time, as if it existed in two places simultaneously, waiting for me to ring it again, to ask the cottage if the roles had finally inverted, if I had somehow become the thing that the cottage kept rather than the thing that kept it. But I didn't go to the northwestern room. Instead, I folded the list carefully and placed it beneath my pillow, and I felt the cottage settle around me like a held breath, like something that had been waiting a very long time to exhale. Finally understanding that the shape of permanence could be passed from person to person, room to room, routine to routine, endlessly, until everyone who had ever lived there had become part of the architecture itself, waiting in the walls and the foundations and the spaces between one heartbeat and the next, for the next person to arrive, to understand, to stay. The morning light through my window was exactly the same as it had always been. Nothing had changed. Everything had changed. And in the silence between those two certainties, the cottage continued to breathe, patient and eternal, holding us all. Story 4. The basement shelves that rearrange my boxes into alphabetical order overnight. The basement of this house is colder than basement should be, even in October. I noticed that on the first day I moved in, not the first day I visited, but the first day I actually descended those wooden stairs, with the intention of staying down there, of making the space mine. The thermostat upstairs said 72 degrees. Down here, my breath came out slightly visible, a small ghost of vapor that disappeared before I could study it properly. I've since learned not to study things down here too carefully. That's not something I understood then. I inherited this house from a distant relative I'd only met twice. Both times were at funerals, not hers. She was simply present, a tall woman in dark dresses who nodded at appropriate moments but never introduced herself. When the lawyer called to tell me she'd died and left me her Victorian, I had to ask him to repeat the address because I genuinely didn't remember where she lived. Somewhere upstate. somewhere old. He sounded confused by my surprise, as if a house was the sort of thing a person would naturally pass along, the way someone might leave you a watch or a piece of jewelry. But I had nowhere else to go. My lease was ending. My job had gone remote. And I was, if I'm being honest with myself, adrift in the way that people become when their lives reach a certain kind of pause. The house felt like momentum. The house felt like a beginning. It took me 2 months to unpack the rooms upstairs, the bedroom with the heavy mahogany frame, the kitchen with its ancient refrigerator that hummed like a living thing, the sitting room with bookshelves that held nothing but dust and the ghost shapes of objects long removed. But the basement was where she'd stored things. Boxes, dozens of them, stacked and shelved in a room that smelled of concrete, and something older, paper, maybe, or wood that had been left alone for too long. I'm practical. That's what people tell me about myself, and I've never disagreed with the assessment. Practical means you solve problems. Practical means you go into the basement of your inherited Victorian house with a flashlight and a notebook and you start making lists. Practical means you assume that chaos can be ordered if you simply decide it will be. The basement isn't finished, which I suppose was true even when the house was built in 1887. Concrete floor, slightly uneven, with a thin line of moisture running down the western wall where the earth outside has been slowly working its way in. Bare bulb hanging from the ceiling, a single yellow-white eye that casts everything in a slightly sickly light. The shelving unit occupies the far wall, wooden and handmade by the look of it, constructed from dark timber that had probably been expensive when it was new. Now it was just old. Solid, though, the kind of furniture that lasts longer than people. This is where the boxes were, not scattered randomly. They had been stored here for years, maybe decades. The boxes themselves were standard brown cardboard, many of them soft with age, their corners beginning their slow collapse into themselves. And they were labeled, nearly all of them. The handwriting was consistent, block letters in black marker, some faded almost past reading, others dark enough that they must have been marked within the last 5 or 10 years. I started going through them in the order I found them, which is to say, no particular order at all. A box marked linens, another marked documents, a third that simply said miscellaneous, dining room in letters so faint I had to tilt the box toward the light to read it. This was work that required patience. I made notes about what was in each one. I thought about whether I wanted to keep any of it, sell it, donate it. I thought about the woman who had accumulated all of this over a lifetime and then simply left it here for someone else to sort through. This was a month ago, maybe more. The nights were growing longer. The basement felt farther away from the rest of the house as the darkness came earlier. I would come down in the late afternoon, usually when there was still some daylight filtering through the high windows near the ceiling, barely enough to notice, but enough to make the bulb seem less aggressive. I would work for an hour or two, moving boxes, opening them, making my lists, making sense of things. It was on one of these ordinary afternoons that I first noticed something was wrong. I had been organizing them myself, you see. This was after I'd gone through most of them, after I'd decided what I would keep and what would need to go. The boxes I was keeping had moved to a more logical arrangement, not according to any system I can describe to you now, but it made sense at the time. They were grouped by category, personal items together, kitchen boxes together, textiles, that sort of thing. I wasn't alphabetizing them. There was no reason to alphabetize them. That would have been artificial. But on a Thursday evening, I remember it was Thursday because I had meant to call someone about picking up the donations and kept forgetting, I came down to the basement and noticed that the boxes had moved. Not all of them, just the ones I'd organized. And they weren't scattered. They were exactly where I'd left them, I thought. Except they were arranged differently, in a way that was, now that I was looking at it, methodical, A-Z, alphabetical, beginning with documents on the left, proceeding through to textiles on the right, with everything in perfect order in between, each label facing forward. Each box aligned to its neighbors with an exactitude I certainly never achieved. I stood there for several minutes, holding a box of old photographs, and tried to remember if I had done this. Sometimes I do things and then forget I've done them. Not often, but sometimes. I'm a practical person, which sometimes means I move through the world on autopilot, solving problems without quite noticing I'm solving them. I had done a lot of work down here. Maybe I had organized them. Maybe my hands had known better than my mind. But the more I looked at it, the more certain I became that I hadn't. The arrangement was too perfect, too deliberate, and my handwriting was still on the boxes exactly as I had written it. These were the same labels I had made. So someone hadn't relabeled them. Someone had simply arranged them. I rearranged them that same evening. I was annoyed with myself for forgetting, though I wasn't entirely certain I had done the arranging in the first place. I tried to remember the original order, failed, and simply distributed them throughout the shelving unit in a scattered, illogical way. I made it look lived in, made it look like no one who cared about systems had touched these boxes in years. When I came down the next morning, they were alphabetical again. I stood at the bottom of the basement stairs for a long time that second morning, just looking at the boxes. The light from the single window well was thin and gray. The boxes were in perfect order. Documents, equipment, furniture, kitchen, linens, textiles, not a single one out of place. My first instinct was to laugh at myself. This was absurd. I had done this. I must have done this. Some automatic part of my brain solving a puzzle while I slept or worked upstairs. People do strange things without remembering them. I'd heard stories, sleepwalking, fugue states. I wasn't prone to either, as far as I knew, but there was always a first time. Better to accept the mundane explanation than to entertain anything else. I rearranged them again. This time I was more aggressive about it. I deliberately placed textiles next to documents, I put kitchen boxes on the bottom shelf and furniture on top. I scattered linens across 3 different shelves. I made it chaotic, truly chaotic. And then I went upstairs and tried not to think about it. That was Friday. By Saturday morning, they were alphabetical again. This time, I didn't stand at the stairs. I came down with a different kind of intention. I photographed the arrangement with my phone. I'm not sure why exactly, but some part of me felt it was important to document what was happening. The image was clear enough, AZ, precise as a library's spine-out collection. I took the photo from several angles. Then I went back upstairs and made coffee and sat at my kitchen table and looked at the images over and over, zooming in on the labels, looking for some proof that I'd written them differently than I remembered. But the handwriting was unmistakably mine. The spelling was exactly as I'd spelled it. The marker was the same faded blue. I didn't touch them that day. I told myself it was an experiment. If I didn't rearrange them, they would stay as they were. This would prove something, though I wasn't entirely clear what. That I had actually arranged them in the first place? That I had some kind of automatic, subconscious tidiness impulse? And I did not want to think this thought, so I pushed it away hard, that something else was happening down there. Sunday morning, I went down prepared to photograph the arrangement again, to compare. But the moment I reached the bottom of the stairs, I stopped. They were still alphabetical, yes, but something was different now. Something had shifted in the arrangement itself. The boxes were closer together than they had been on Saturday. Much closer. They were pressed against each other with almost no gap between them. The spacing was precise, mathematically even, and it made the rows look deliberate in a way that felt different from mere alphabetization. It felt organized. It felt like preparation for something. I took more photos. Then I went back upstairs and called my sister Morgan. "I think I might be losing it," I said. "That's how it always starts," she said, and laughed, but when she realized I wasn't laughing, she asked me what I meant. I explained the boxes. I told her about the alphabetization, about the fact that I didn't remember doing it, about the increasing precision. I left out the part about the boxes being pressed together, because that seemed like the detail that would tip the conversation toward genuine concern. "You're probably doing it in your sleep," Morgan said. "Or you did do it and you've just forgotten. You've been dealing with a lot, with the house and everything. Your brain is probably just in problem-solving mode." "I know," I said. "That's what I thought too." "So keep thinking that," Morgan said. "Don't make it into something weird." But I already had made it into something weird. I could feel it happening, even as I was trying not to let it. On Monday, I went to work and tried not to think about the basement. I have a job in data management, not glamorous, but it requires precision and attention. And usually it settles my mind in a particular way. You follow protocols. You follow them exactly. There's no room for interpretation, which is comforting in its own way. But that day, I found myself thinking about alphabetization, about how orderly systems are, how they impose structure on chaos, How if you have a large number of objects and you arrange them alphabetically, everyone who sees that arrangement will understand the logic of it immediately. You don't have to explain. The system speaks for itself. When I came home, I did not go into the basement. Tuesday morning, I went down before I'd even had coffee. I was developing a kind of compulsion about it, I realized. A need to see. The boxes were still alphabetical, still close together, but now they had been moved forward on the shelves, moved closer to the front, closer to the center of the room. They'd been pushed inward, away from the walls. It was a subtle shift, the kind of thing that might not be noticeable if you weren't paying attention, but I was paying attention now. I was paying very close attention. I photographed them again and compared the photos on my phone. Yes, definitely moved. Definitely closer to the middle of the basement, away from the storage shelves, as if something wanted them more visible, more accessible. I tried the practical approach. I moved them back against the walls, all of them. I pushed each box as far back as I could. It took almost an hour, and I was breathing hard by the time I finished, which annoyed me. I'm not that out of shape, but there was something about the work that felt frantic. Something about moving them backward that felt like I was undoing something, reversing some kind of progress. When I came down Wednesday morning, they were forward again, closer to the center. Still alphabetical, still perfectly spaced. I didn't move them again. I went upstairs and sat in the kitchen and opened my laptop and began searching for things I hadn't wanted to search for. Involuntary actions and automatic organizing behavior, and finally, after I'd ruled out the more reasonable explanations, unexplained phenomena in older houses. The house itself is old, not historic but old, built in the 1940s, purchased by my aunt sometime in the early 90s, passed to me through her estate 5 years ago. I don't know much about its history before that. The records are incomplete. There was a gap of nearly a decade in the property documentation, something to do with a change of ownership that wasn't properly recorded. I know because I'd tried to trace it when I first inherited the house, thinking there might be something interesting in the provenance. But I'd given up relatively quickly. It seemed like a rabbit hole that wouldn't lead anywhere useful. Now I wondered if I should look into it again. Thursday came, and I had made a decision. I was going to speak to someone. Not a doctor. I didn't feel unstable enough for that. But someone who understood older houses. A building historian, maybe, or a home inspector. Someone practical. Someone who could explain the arrangement of boxes in a way that didn't require me to accept the impossible. I went down to the basement early Thursday morning, before it was quite light outside, and I took a series of photographs. I was going to document everything. I was going to be methodical about this, the way I'm methodical about everything. I would gather data. I would present a case. And someone rational would look at the evidence and provide a rational explanation. But when I reached the bottom of the stairs, I stopped. The boxes were still alphabetical, still centered, but they had been rearranged in a way that created a visible pattern now. A path. They were organized in such a way that there was a clear walkway through the center of the basement, from the stairs to the back wall. And they were positioned as if they were guiding me somewhere specific, as if they were pointing toward the far corner of the basement, toward the older section where the boxes had originally been stored, where the foundation was cracked and the smell of earth was stronger. I didn't take any more photos. I stood there in the half-light and realized that whatever was happening, it wasn't random anymore. It wasn't the confused output of my own forgetting mind. This was intentional. This was communication. And something in me, some part of me that still wanted rational explanations, whispered that maybe the boxes had always been this way. Maybe I was the one who was changing. Maybe my memory of how things had been before was the unreliable thing, not the boxes themselves. I left the basement and closed the door and didn't go back down all day. Friday, I found a journal in the kitchen drawer. I have no memory of putting it there. It's a small leather-bound thing, cream pages yellowed with age, the kind you might find in an antique shop. The spine is cracked, not from my handling, but from years of use. I was looking for a pen when I opened that drawer, and it was simply there, wedged between a takeout menu from a restaurant that closed in 2003 and a packet of expired stamps. Not hidden, exactly, just present, waiting to be found. I knew before I opened it that I shouldn't. Some part of me understood that opening it would cross a threshold from which I couldn't return to the comfortable space of not knowing. But my hands moved anyway. The pages felt fragile, and they whispered against each other as I turned them. The handwriting on the first page was small and precise, so neat it looked printed. A woman's hand, I thought, though I couldn't explain why I was certain of that. I have begun the cataloging work today. M says it's a useless task, but it brings me peace. To know where things are, to understand their order, to see the logic in the arrangement. The date was June 14th, 1952. I closed the journal immediately and put it back in the drawer. My heart was moving too fast. The handwriting meant something. The dates meant something. But I couldn't sit with what they meant yet. Not alone. Not in that kitchen where the light was just beginning to turn golden and there was no one to witness my panic. I called Morgan instead. Morgan had gone to college with me, moved back to the area 3 years ago, and had become the closest thing I had to a regular friend, someone who existed in the normal world, who could anchor me to rational things. I called and asked if they could come over. When Morgan asked why, I said I wasn't feeling well, and that was true enough. I felt sick. Unmoored, Morgan arrived around 4, bringing the deliberate cheerfulness of someone who assumes they're going to have to sit with a friend who had a rough week. Morgan walked through the house with the practiced ease of having been there dozens of times, and I followed, and we ended up in the living room where it was comfortable and bright. "You look terrible," Morgan said. Not unkindly, just stating a fact. "I haven't been sleeping well," I said. "I've been thinking about the house. It's history." I realized I don't actually know very much about it, and I thought maybe it was making me anxious. Morgan nodded in that attentive way that made me think I was about to confess something difficult. "What kind of things do you want to know?" "Previous owners," I said carefully, "who lived here before my aunt, what they were like." Morgan leaned back against the couch. "You could probably find that kind of thing online. Property records, maybe tax documentation. Old newspapers sometimes list estate sales or—" Morgan paused. "Wait, isn't there a gap in the records? I remember you mentioning that once." 1943 to 1951, I said. The dates came out before I could stop them, and I realized I had been keeping track of them, marking them mentally even as I tried not to think about them. Almost 9 years. I don't know why. Morgan looked thoughtful. "That's post-war, though. A lot of documentation from that period is just messy. Family properties transferred quietly. Estates handled without proper paperwork. Especially if it involved," Morgan trailed off, "I don't know, deaths, disputes." My throat felt very tight. "Deaths?" "Not necessarily," Morgan said, but there was a new caution in their voice. "But back then, if someone died without a will or clear heirs, things could get complicated. The house might have sat empty for a while, or been held in some kind of legal limbo. We sat with that for a moment." Morgan seemed to sense that I needed quiet, which was kind. The living room was peaceful, there were plants, and the late afternoon light was making everything look warm and almost comforting. For just a moment, I felt better. I felt like everything could be explained, like Morgan's rational approach to the world was contagious. Then I heard something from downstairs. It was a sound like something shifting. A scrape, maybe, or the whisper of cardboard against concrete. From the basement. "What was that?" Morgan asked. "Nothing," I said, too quickly. The house settling. But Morgan was already standing. "Was that from the basement?" "Sometimes there are noises," I said. "Old houses show me," Morgan said. I should have refused. I should have found a way to keep Morgan upstairs, away from the basement, away from whatever was happening down there. But Morgan had already moved toward the basement door, had already opened it with the casual confidence of someone who didn't yet understand that some thresholds, once crossed, change the shape of what's possible. We descended the stairs together. It was still light enough to see without turning on the overhead light, though the illumination was strange and blue-tinged, filtered through the small basement windows near the ceiling. The boxes were no longer in the back corner. They had moved again. But not randomly. Not even according to the pattern I'd observed before. This time they were arranged in rows down the center of the basement, creating a kind of corridor. And they weren't just alphabetical, they were sorted. Dated. The ones closest to the stairs had recent handwriting on their spines. The ones farther back had older labels, the ink faded and brown. The path was unmistakable. They led from the stairs directly to the back wall, to the oldest section of the basement where the foundation had settled unevenly, where the stones were darkest, where there was a kind of indentation in the wall that might have been a sealed doorway. Morgan stared at the arrangement in complete silence. "I moved them," I said quietly. "I've been moving them." "You did not," Morgan said. It wasn't accusatory, just absolute. You're not the type of person who would do this. You wouldn't forget that you'd done this. People do irrational things sometimes, I said, but the words felt hollow. Not you, Morgan said. You're the most methodical person I know. You wouldn't arrange boxes in a fucking... Morgan stopped abruptly, turning to look at me. How long has this been happening? Since Wednesday, I said. And you didn't tell me? I didn't know what to say. Morgan walked forward slowly toward the arranged boxes, and I felt a sick lurch in my stomach. I wanted to call Morgan back. I wanted to physically prevent Morgan from moving any closer to whatever this was. Morgan reached out toward one of the boxes, not to move it, just to touch the label on its spine. The handwriting was in pencil, careful and precise, K Property Deeds. 1947, 1949. Who labeled these? Morgan asked. I don't know, I said. And that was true. I had never labeled anything with that careful, precise hand. Your aunt didn't label boxes like this, Morgan said. I remember her basement. She just threw everything in here and called it done. Morgan looked back at me. These labels are old. This handwriting is old. People have the same handwriting, I said weakly. Similar handwriting. But as I said it, I was thinking about the journal. About that first entry dated 1952 with its neat, precise script that looked precisely like the labels on these boxes. Morgan turned back to the arrangement and looked at it more carefully, as if seeing it for the first time. I watched Morgan's face change. I watched understanding arrive, and then the recognition that understanding wasn't helping, wasn't making anything better. These are organized to show you something, Morgan said. Yes, someone, something, is trying to communicate. I didn't answer. Morgan walked to the wall where the boxes ended, where that indentation was. The stones were cold and irregular, and there was something carved into them, worn smooth by decades or perhaps by deliberate rubbing. Morgan brushed away the dust, and I saw it clearly. EM 1952 initials, Morgan whispered. Someone left their initials in the foundation. The light was changing. The blue-tinted illumination was fading, and the basement was becoming harder to see. In that dimming light, the boxes seemed to be moving, though I knew they weren't. It was just the shift of shadows, the way perception fails when there isn't enough light to trust. But Morgan could see it too. I could tell by the way Morgan was standing very still, by the sudden tightness in Morgan's shoulders. We should go upstairs, Morgan said. We climbed the stairs in the dark. I didn't turn on the light. I think we were both afraid of what we might see if we looked at that basement clearly, fully, with deliberate illumination. What if the boxes had moved again? What if they were arranged differently? What if there was something there that we hadn't seen before? Something that required light to become visible. In the kitchen, with the normal overhead light on and the sky still holding some color outside the windows, Morgan sat down at the table and didn't speak for a long time. I think you need to know what happened, Morgan finally said. In this house, before your aunt. I don't know how to find out. Local history, Morgan said. The library keeps archives. Newspaper records. There's usually someone who's interested in that kind of thing, who knows the stories. Morgan paused. The stories nobody talks about. That night, after Morgan left, I sat in my kitchen with the journal open in front of me. I had retrieved it from the drawer. I had decided I needed to know. The entries went back further than I'd initially seen. Not to 1952, but earlier, to 1943. And the handwriting, while it remained neat and precise, seemed to change in character as I read backward through the pages. It became more agitated, less certain. The gaps between entries grew longer. Have moved the inventory again. M is sleeping. Cannot sleep. The arrangement brings no peace anymore. The system is breaking. I have tried to reorganize, but the order does not hold. They will take the house. M says so. He says there is no saving it, no way to make things right. But if I can just find the correct arrangement, the correct order, perhaps something will change. Perhaps there is a logic to how things must be kept. I closed the journal and pressed my hands against my eyes. I had lived in this house for 5 years. 5 years of not asking the right questions. 5 years of inheriting not just a building, but the weight of something that had never properly settled. By Saturday morning, I had found the local history section at the library. I had found the newspaper archives on microfilm. I had found a single article from October 1951, small, buried in the middle of the paper, easy to miss. A state liquidation. The property has been released from legal hold and will be open for public auction on the 15th of November. Previous tenancy concluded in 1943. The home has been unoccupied for 8 years pending resolution of an estate matter. There was no detail about what the matter was, but there was a name, Estate of Elizabeth Mitchell. E.M. Those were the initials in the basement wall. I didn't sleep that night. I lay in bed and listened to the house. I listened for sounds from downstairs, from the basement. I didn't hear anything definitive, just the normal creaks and whispers that old houses make when they're cooling after the warmth of the day. The small adjustments of wood and stone settling into themselves. But underneath those sounds, or perhaps just in my mind, I could feel something. Not a presence exactly, more like an awareness. Like the house itself was aware that I had finally understood, had finally begun to look. And now that I was looking, everything was going to change. Sunday morning I went downstairs. The basement was exactly as it had been when I last checked it. The boxes arranged in their ordered path, pointing toward that sealed section of wall with its carved initials. But my bedroom, the room I'd occupied for 5 years, had been entered in the night. I'm certain of this, though I can't prove it. Nothing was taken. Nothing was moved with any visibility. But the air in the room felt different. Examined, as if someone had stood there while I slept, observing my rest, checking on whether I was the right person to be living in this space, making these choices. My pillow held an indent that wasn't mine. I left the house that morning. I didn't pack anything beyond what I could carry in one bag. I left the furniture, the curtains, the inherited life that had filled 5 years of my existence. I locked the front door and drove toward my sister's place, 3 hours away, and I didn't let myself think about what I was leaving behind until I was already on the highway and the house had become a thing in my rearview mirror, growing smaller. My sister asked why I needed to stay with her. I told her I needed a break from the house. I was tired. I'd been feeling ill. All of these things were true enough that she didn't press further. She gave me her guest room, and I slept for 14 hours straight, dreamless sleep that felt like erasure. But by Wednesday, I knew I had to go back. It wasn't a matter of courage or unfinished business, at least not in the way I might have framed it before. It was something simpler and more inescapable than that. The house had my attention now, and attention, I was beginning to understand, worked both directions. I had spent 5 years inside it without truly acknowledging what was there. Now that acknowledgment had been made, there was no pretending otherwise. The silence from my absence would only build pressure. I could feel it even at my sister's kitchen table. A kind of atmospheric weight gathering back at that address, waiting for my return. I drove back on Thursday evening. The sun was already low, painting the autumn trees in shades of rust and blood orange. I pulled into the driveway and sat in the car for 5 minutes before I opened the door. The house looked exactly as it had when I left. The porch steps, the windows with their old glass that distorted the light in certain ways, the chimney that rose above the roof line like a signpost. Ordinary, inert. The kind of house that people drive past every day without seeing. I opened the door and stepped inside. The air smelled like my absence, like dust and the particular dryness that comes when a space has been closed off from someone who lived in it. It was unsettling in a way I hadn't anticipated. The house smelled wrong without me in it. I went through each room, turning on lights as if I was searching for something, though I wasn't. Or perhaps I was. Perhaps the search had been happening the entire time, and I was only now beginning to understand the shape of it. The basement was exactly as I'd left it. The boxes arranged in their careful rows, the path through them leading toward that sealed wall with its carved initials. E.M. Elizabeth Mitchell. The woman who had lived in this house when it was new, who had filled it with things and systems and arrangements that had outlasted her by decades. I stood at the edge of the path and looked at the boxes. I didn't touch them. I had learned by then that touching things in this house led to recognition, and recognition led to consequences of a kind I couldn't quite articulate, but understood in the parts of me that still functioned on pure instinct. The boxes had been rearranged slightly since my last visit, not in any dramatic way, just small shifts, a rotation here, a tilt there, as if someone had been examining them, taking inventory, checking on the quality of the order that I had attempted to impose when I first arrived. I went back upstairs and made coffee in the kitchen. I sat at the table in the dark and drank it while the house settled around me. Over the next 2 weeks, I developed a routine. I would go about the day as normally as possible, work from home, basic meals, the usual tasks that fill hours, and then when evening came, I would go to the basement and spend time with the boxes. Not touching them, just looking at them, understanding them. I found myself reading the labels more carefully than before. Some of them were faded, the handwriting almost invisible, but others were clear. Correspondence. 1938, 1941. Receipts and documents. Photographs, unidentified kitchen linens. Household supplies. There was a logic to it, I began to see. A system that had been carefully constructed by someone who believed that the right arrangement of things could create order, could create meaning, could prevent loss. I began to research Elizabeth Mitchell in earnest. The library's genealogy section yielded a birth certificate and eventually a death certificate. She had died in 1943 at the age of 67. Heart failure, it said. She had lived her entire life in this house, born here, according to records, though that seemed unlikely to me even then. She had never married, or if she had, her married name was not recorded. The house had been held in legal hold for 8 years after her death before being released for sale. But why? What estate matter required 8 years to resolve? The questions led nowhere concrete. The old newspapers didn't elaborate. The library had no more information. But I found myself constructing an understanding anyway, not from facts, but from the shape of the boxes, the care with which they had been ordered, the fact that someone had felt compelled to catalog and arrange and preserve things with such deliberate precision that they had carved their initials into the basement wall as if to mark the spot where meaning could be made from objects and arrangement. I think Elizabeth Mitchell had been afraid. Not of ghosts or hauntings, not in the traditional sense. I think she had been afraid of disorder, of loss, of the fact that things, when left alone, will dissolve and scatter. And so she had tried to prevent that dissolution through careful curation, through arrangement, through the imposition of order onto the random accumulation of a life. And when she died, she had left all of this behind, not intentionally perhaps, but inevitably. The house held what was left of her system, and that system I had come to believe was not resting quietly. It was waiting. It was being maintained by something that had invested itself in Elizabeth's work, that understood the importance of arrangement and order, that had perhaps even approved of my initial attempts to continue the work. The rearrangement of my belongings, the indent in my pillow, these were not acts of violation. I had reframed them that way, but now I understood them differently. They were acts of recognition. The house had been checking on me, assessing whether I understood what needed to be done, whether I had the capacity to maintain what Elizabeth had begun. By the end of the second week, I had stopped feeling afraid. What remained was something more complicated, a kind of resigned acceptance, mixed with a persistent low-level unease that had become so familiar it was nearly comfortable. I returned to my normal life in small increments. I stopped sleeping at my sister's. I invited a friend over for dinner though I found myself increasingly reluctant to show them the basement. I maintained the boxes as they were, neither adding to them nor removing anything. I went to work. I paid bills. I did the ordinary things that people do when they are living in houses that have claimed them in subtle ways. But nothing had truly returned to normal. Normal, I understood now, was something that only existed before. It was not accessible anymore. On a Thursday evening, 4 weeks after I'd found the journal, I was working at my kitchen table when I noticed something that made me stop. The pen I'd used to write out the addresses from the journal, a simple ballpoint, nothing distinctive, was sitting on the table beside my laptop. I hadn't put it there. I had left it on the nightstand in my bedroom 3 days ago. I was certain of it. But here it was, positioned with its tip pointing toward the hallway, toward the basement door. I stared at it for a long time. I did an additional middle section, atmospheric expansion. The basement had its own climate. Not colder exactly. The temperature remained stable year-round, a dead 62 degrees that the realtor had mentioned with professional approval. But it felt different. The air moved differently down there. It didn't circulate. It pooled. It collected in corners and along the foundation walls like water finding its level. When I descended the stairs at night, my breath would catch slightly, as though the atmosphere itself required adjustment, a pressure change like going deeper underwater. The shelves themselves were older than the house's current structure suggested. Oak, thick-grained, with a patina that no polish could restore or remove. They'd been down there for decades, installed by previous owners for purposes I'd never known. The wood had warped slightly over time, just enough that nothing sat perfectly level. A box placed on one shelf would eventually migrate an inch toward the center, gravity's slow insistence. I'd convinced myself of this explanation many times while standing at the bottom of the stairs, flashlight in hand, watching the space where I'd left things. The shelving unit occupied the eastern wall, running nearly its full length. Above it, the floor joists of the first story created a low ceiling. I could touch them if I stood on tiptoes. Below, the concrete foundation showed the seepage stains of decades, pale mineral deposits marking where groundwater had pressed against the barrier between earth and structure. The smell down there was geological, dust, concrete, the faint mineral sweetness of moisture that had nowhere to go. And underneath it all, something older. Settled time, closed-off space breathing slowly. I'd organized the boxes with intention. 23 of them, containing the last of my father's library from the house I'd inherited 6 months prior. Literature, history, philosophy. His particular obsession with the 19th century meant sections on European intellectuals, translation theory, the Industrial Revolution's impact on working-class narratives. I'd labeled each box carefully before descending: 19th century, general, poetry, British, criticism and theory, domestic history, 1850-1900. It had taken me weeks to sort through decades of accumulated reading and notation. The work had felt meditative at first, then increasingly necessary. organizing his thoughts in a way, making sense of what he'd valued by arranging it properly. The labels were typed, adhesive, printed in the same serif font on white paper. I'd used a label maker I'd found in his desk. The names of these categories were his really notes in his handwriting throughout the boxes indicated his own organizational impulses. He'd been a careful man. Methodical, he would have appreciated the system I was creating. But the system had begun revising itself. The first night I'd noticed, I'd gone down to retrieve something, a volume on Victorian industrial practice, and found 3 boxes rearranged, not moved far, but rotated. Poetry British now sat to the left of criticism and theory, reversing the order I'd established. It was the kind of mistake I could have made myself, could have forgotten. I'd rearranged them back, testing my memory of the sequence. Alphabetical, precisely alphabetical, as I'd planned it. A Z left to right. Simple, clear. 2 nights later, more had shifted, and they'd moved into strict alphabetical sequence, not by the first word, by the complete titles as I'd written them. Criticism and theory belonged before domestic history, before 19th century, general. The letter C before D, before N. The boxes had been organized according to a principle I hadn't consciously chosen, but one that was undeniably logical, ruthlessly so. I'd stood in the basement at 2 a.m, running my hand along the spines of boxes I'd arranged, feeling the slight tackiness of the labels under my fingers. The concrete floor was cold through my socks. The basement's particular smell seemed stronger at night. Or perhaps my awareness of it was simply sharper when I was alone in the space, when the house above was asleep and I was below in the accumulated past of my father's mind. The shelves themselves seemed to absorb light strangely. My flashlight, normally adequate, seemed to illuminate only immediately adjacent surfaces when I pointed it at the wall. Beyond a certain distance, the light simply wasn't. The shadows between boxes remained complete, sharp-edged. And there was always the sound of the house settling, the creaking of wood as temperature and humidity fluctuated. The basement pipes would sometimes groan, water moving through them or expanding metal, some entirely explicable sound. But it always seemed to come from directly behind me. I'd purchased a second flashlight, battery-powered, not the phone light I'd been relying on. Something about depending on my phone down there had begun to feel unsafe, though I couldn't articulate why. The second flashlight sat on the shelf beside the door, ready. I'd been making more trips down lately, more reason to retrieve books, more reason to check the arrangements, more reason to spend time in that thick, pooled air, among the carefully alphabetized boxes, under the low ceiling, surrounded by the geological smell of water and old time. The darkness down there had texture. It wasn't simple absence of light. It had weight, presence, a quality that seemed to increase the longer I stood in it, even with both flashlights on. Even with the bare bulb overhead humming with electrical insistence, the shadows remained, deep, particular, as though they were a permanent feature of the space, unaffected by illumination, merely compressed, displaced, waiting for the light to be removed before spreading out again. My father had spent decades acquiring these books, decades reading them, annotating them, organizing them in ways only he understood. And I was honoring that by sorting them, by making sense of them, by putting them in order, the order they apparently wanted to be in, whether I'd intended that order or not. I didn't ask out loud how it had gotten there. Instead, I simply closed my laptop and went to the basement, and I stood among the boxes in the dark. I had stopped turning on the lights down there, and I listened to the house settle around me. There was no voice, no manifestation, no moment of clarity that would explain everything or provide the comfort of understanding. There was only the darkness and the shapes of the boxes, and the sense that something in this place had never left, would never leave, and had simply been waiting for me to arrive so that the work could continue. The pen is still on the table. I left it there as a kind of acknowledgment. I don't touch it. When I come home in the evenings, I look at it first before anything else. And I check its orientation, wondering if it has been moved, wondering what direction it might point me toward next. The boxes in the basement remain arranged. I don't add to them anymore. I don't try to impose my own order. Instead, I have come to understand that the order was never truly mine to impose. It was Elizabeth's, and the house has simply been waiting for someone willing to receive it, someone quiet enough to listen to what arrangement might mean. Most nights I sleep without incident, but sometimes, in that space between waking and sleeping, I feel something that might be attention, might be recognition, might be approval. The pillow beside mine has never again held an indent that wasn't mine, but I have learned to sense when something in the room has been examined, assessed, determined to be acceptable. I still don't know what the sealed wall in the basement contains. I think I never will. I think it is meant to remain sealed. The carving of those initials was a mark of something completed, something that could not be undone or explained. And the boxes, the careful, meticulous boxes, they exist to honor that completion, to maintain the integrity of whatever system Elizabeth established to make sense of what was left. I live here. I pay rent to a landlord I've never met, who sends me polite notices twice a year that are almost entirely unnecessary. I maintain the house in the ways that any tenant might, but underneath those ordinary acts, I am also maintaining something else. A vigil, perhaps, or simply an acknowledgment that some arrangements once put in place are not meant to be disturbed. Some orders, once established, must be allowed to continue their work, even when the person who created them has long since gone to dust. And so I have stopped asking questions. The pen remains on the table, its trajectory shifting slightly from day to day in directions I cannot predict or understand. The boxes in the basement continue their quiet, inexplicable reorganization. And I exist in this house as something between a resident and a caretaker, neither comfortable nor entirely uncomfortable. Simply present in a space where the past has learned how to arrange itself in ways that persist.